Oh, that does remind me. Let me check my emails real quick. No, nothing. Let me see here. What's the... Yeah. There you go. Yo. Oh, wrong way. Right. What's going on, motivation? I think... There we go. That's better. I don't even think I got a long jump there. Yeah.
We must do something. Think, Cortex, think.
Been busy. For me being unstoppable. For now. What do you mean I missed the fucking green gem, you fucking dick? Hope the nut will bless my soul. I hope not. I'd rather be blessed by something other than the nut. Oh yeah, so I had a funny thought, right? If we end up finding a way to skip nut skip, I'm calling it No Nut November. I prefer Twins over Wrath of Cortex, but I mean, like, fuck, Wrath of Cortex OST fucking goes hard as shit. Kaka. By the way, Crash isn't actually, like, doing anything inappropriate. Yo, Marolinsky. Why did I double jump? No Kaka. No Kaka, unfortunately. There we go. Jump. Yeah. I would pick Twins over Twalk any day. But I don't hate Twalk by any means. I actually like the game. I think it's pretty fun. I never thought the game was not fun. Okay. This way! Think I'll be able to get away with this. One. Alright. There we go. This week's been busy, dude. But yeah, I'll tell you what's up. This guy. I've been doing a lot of stuff in classes, meeting up with people and stuff. It's been okay. It's not been too bad. Yo, Pedro.
There they are. Let her go! Take me instead! Ah! Let her go! Take me instead!
That's gonna stop. Yep. Get up there. Aw. They really did not need to go as hard as they did. They really didn't. Ah. That's difficult to do. Okay. Hang on. Let me read that correctly. Technology? That's actually pretty good. Yo, technology. Okay, I landed there twice. Why am I being called? When am I gonna do all crystals? I don't know. Technology. You don't want people to find your socials? Understandable. I don't know, Pete. Maybe one of these days.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil.
Where all the crystals are, same.
And sweep the past under the rug.
I mean, the only one I know, and the only the thing is that it would basically be the same as all levels. You just called your brother an unk, bruh. And you just all along the way while you play the game casually, yeah. So classically, this is not any percent. Which one do I think is the most painful one? No dimension skip. So, before Pete, all levels was slightly distinct from all crystals. It is no longer slightly distinct from all levels. Because, the only difference, I believe now, is that you just need to grab the crystal in Totem. Since you have to grab Cortex, it is slower to skip, Bandicoot Pursuit, I believe. You would do Cavern, and then you had to do OG Village Skip. In TT, what was it? And then talk to Farmer Ernest. Okay, yeah, you're right. I forgot. I gotta be way closer. There we go. That's better. Oh, you don't really need to do OG Totem Skip. Or OG Village Skip. You just body slam. Oh, man. Ah, Cortex died. He didn't die? Oh, he just went into an animation immediately. That should be good. Buenas, Nicolás, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo va todo? Todo bien. He desayunado con pan y mantequilla. ¿Qué pasó con la cámara? Oh. Watch the penguin cutscene too? Okay, you know what? That is true. Almost did any percent for a second. You have officially entered your second year of college. Good shit, dude. You got a C in it? Dude, good stuff. Proud of you. Good stuff. And don't let anybody say that you shouldn't feel proud of yourself. Good job. And one right before engine. There's more? Okay, there we go. 2 more weeks of studying. There we go, that should be okay. Got it? Aw, it's okay. Hi, Weg. まあ、コロナかけた。大丈夫か? Small problem though, next week's calc too. You just gotta study. Okay. Okay. That'll work, but maybe you can skip Dingo if you manage to snag a crystal and still die somehow. Where's the crystal? Yeah, I hope you're okay, Weg. Uh-oh. Studying. It's in the hallway before Dingo. Oh, then you could just zombie for it. Calculus and linear algebra? Dude, that is way too advanced for my brain, dude. Dude, like, listen. Like, my brain is good with languages. I barely passed trigonometry. I started figuring out trigonometry when I was taking college algebra. You alright, thanks? Yeah. They're both combined into one subject. Oof. Like, listen. Yeah, I could do video games, I could do languages. I can't do trigonometry. I was never able to. I started kind of understanding it, but at the same time, it's like, I just am not built for complicated math. Algebra? Yes. I could do algebra. I was really good at algebra. Like, I was really, really good. Your strongest subject is English and literature? So I'm going to contradict myself. My best subject was math. But mind you, it was algebra and geometry. And then it was and then my science was good, and then it was my English. So actually, English was among one of my worst subjects. You have stats? Bruh. Good at math? I'm not. I'm good. I'm only good at some math. Wait, why did I think I had Cortex? Pro A math in? Yeah, once we got to trigonometry, nothing. I was terrible. Like, I can do quadratic formula, right? It was one of my best subjects in high school. Buenas, Juanito, ¿qué tal? You neither. Man. That's why I study languages. No math. I'm taking an economics class, and I don't like it. No sound, but muchas veces. Oh, come on, man. Let's see. He heard Spanish? Yeah, you did. Pues sí, hablo español, inglés y japonés. No, 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 damn it. Hijo de la puta madre. No, no sé más español que ti. Bueno, el Gipro habla en español, sí. Aunque... You glad things are starting to look up? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Asombroso, pues sí. Para mejorar mi PP. Oh yeah, Wig, if you have Spanish questions, feel free to ask me. Understand what Japanese people are saying, that's normal. Esas palabras. Pero a ver, ten en cuenta que sé palabras especialmente equivalentes de inglés. Gracias. De nada. Y también este tío en mi chat, quien se llama Guaguizo, ¿verdad? Un cumplido en japonés. No sé, cumplidos. Son necesarios, sí. Pero es que es un japonés que quiere aprender español. Exacto. Las cojo más tarde. I'm remembering certain stuff that are used in a sentence. Yeah. What am I doing? That's how you do it. Yeah. Yeah, Weg, I started school, the new semester. I started the new semester. It's, it has been, tiring. And, there was a Japanese exchange student that I've been, helping with English. There we go, that's good. Man, it's Toquinho. Wait, does Toquinho mean bacon? You knew eso de andar por el agua. Es que me morí en la escena en que Cortex choquea con Papu Papu. O sea, me morí en el agua y así que Crash está muerto, pero no está muerto. No, fuck. Así que puedo caminar en el agua. El zombie. Se llama zombie. Succulent accent. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Wig, how's Persona? You're still playing Persona, right? I've been so busy with school. I need to start joining people's streams. I haven't been watching any streams recently. Speedrun inmune. See? Let me see here. Ow, 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 leg hurt. Yeah, I need to get better about talking with my Japanese friends. My favorite Breaking Bad character, I haven't watched Breaking Bad. That should be okay. Yeah, there we go. I've been somewhat neglecting things. Oh. Is it the guy that's like...
Cause I'm on probation, yo.
Your husband is Walter White. He said, Walter White, I'll let him hit. Whoa, that was like last frame jump. Fuck. Yeah, it's like, I've been seeing some of my Japanese friends, like, WEG stream, and then I'm just like, oh no, should I go in? And I need to stop being... I need to stop being dumb about it. Tell me my favorite anime. I have a lot. Probably... Minna wa bokura wa minna kawaisou. Is, I believe that's my actual favorite anime. Minna wa bokura kawaisou. I believe that's what it's called. Japanese people know what Crash Bandicoot is, yeah? And their Japanese friends? Yeah. Of course they do. It can't really translate. Doesn't translate. Bye, yeah. Okay. That's what I want to do. There we go. Most Sony properties are popular in Japan. Yeah, this is true. How do you type it? Bokura, B-O-K-U-R-A, wa, H-A, minna, M-I-N-N-A, kawaisou, K-A-W-A-I-S-O-U.
Babo Kenji.
Bokura wa minna kawaisou. Yeah, I don't like that I feel kind of embarrassed when I type it in. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead as fuck. Ow! Probably not as popular as Nintendo stuff. Depends. Okay. Crash is very popular there. Yeah. Crash is quite popular. What isn't generally popular is Xbox. Spyro's not as popular as Crash. But Crash is pretty popular in Japan. Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot. He even had his own fucking theme song. Speedo. I can't wait to start getting back into Hero's Tale 2 properly. Nintendo is more popular in general globally, yeah. Carlos, el tipo que gira. Did Hero's Tale get released in Japan? I don't actually know.
How could things get any worse? No.
Oh no. Go in. Yeah, 僕らはみんなかジープロそう。なんだ。なんだそれ。Here we go. Yeah. The kawaii is a pun because the girl's last name is kawaii. But the pun is that everybody here is pitiable. Yeah, it's a pun, but that pun did not get translated into English. Because it can't. There you go. Cortex is over there. It's fine. I can still get it. It's just gonna be a little annoying. There we go. Whoa, what the hell? Come on. There you go. Pretty good boiler. Aw, I didn't mean to do that. Slide jump, slide jump. Nice. There we go. Oh, I missed the slide jump. Athena was terrorizing me this morning. Yo, Mikala. What's up? Just chilling. Decompressing after a pretty busy week. It's been... my week was pretty busy this week. Had a lot of stuff going on. Anime is Boku no Pico, sure. Oh, come on. That was dumb. I don't like making that jump. Oh, damn it. Two, three, this. There you go. My brain still has to wake up. But... Okay, so it's been like, what, 2 weeks since the developer commentary... not the developer commentary, but... the developer video came out. What's everybody's favorite part? Like, I believe it's been long enough to where, spoilers don't matter anymore. Okay, no, that wasn't working out. Come on. Not skip, really? Which part? The reaction or the explanation? Both, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I'm dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're kidding. Don't you dare kill Cortex again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and Cortex died again. I don't really feel like... Yeah, blame me for that. Yeah, that was J-Mac. Okay. Let's, since I was having trouble with it, let's do zombie one more time, and then, we'll do zombie one more time, and then, boinga, boinga, boinga. Okay, cool. Dude. I mean, I'm okay if this is what's gonna be the problematic part, but it's still gonna annoy the hell out of me. Neat. I mean, my two favorite parts are when J-Mac is like, so you mean you can walk on her bosom? Yes! And then the part where Ian was telling us about how he designed the pathfinding for the villagers. And then I just started fucking with them. Fucking with one of them for a while. After he explained to me how it worked. Because that's such a me moment of like, oh, you explained to me how to use this new thing, so I'm gonna mess with it. That is something I always do. Would have been found before dimension skip. Would that be called dimension skip? Probably. But it probably would have. Probably would have still been called cursed splash. One, 2, 3. You can't pick a favorite part as a software engineer. You find the whole thing so damn interesting. I could see that, since it's like you're essentially getting a side, like you're seeing things from the other side. Or from both sides, where it's like, you have me who has no, I have no coding background. I did some reverse engineering for Twinsanity, believe it or not, with some of the instances, because I did a little bit of instance reverse engineering, for Halo Combat Evolved, because I wanted to get the coordinates and everything for, research purposes, for, like, strat finding. So I learned how to do a little bit of reverse engineering with reading assembly. With the help of Cheat Engine, of course. But outside of that, I have no coding knowledge. I have no coding experience. But I have glitch finding experience. And then you have Smarkin, who does have that. A software engineer codes. Kind of in the name. Why am I having trouble with this now? %20 coding, 80% debugging? Probably. Get the crystal? Alright, Pete. I'll get the crystal just for you. Fuck. I'll get the crystal just for you. The problem is I don't have zombie.
No, 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 Crash. I said bring me the crystals. Now, get back in there. No, 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 Crash. Again, they look like this.
Mm-hmm. 1% evil, 99% hot, yes. I lose zombie by grabbing a mask. Zombie is like having -1 hit points. So grabbing a mask eliminates it and puts you back to 0. Funny enough, that's almost how it works in Spyro Hero's Tale, but in Spyro Hero's Tale, the negative hit points go beyond -1. But in Twinsanity, it never goes beyond -1. That song's a fucking vibe, dude. Here we go. Man. What goes up must come down, yet my feet don't touch the ground. The world's spinning upside down. Johnny Gole is a fucking... He's got such a fucking good voice. Beachy. One, two, three. There we go.
Bubble King G.
Bet there ain't no doubt as the world spilled from the mouth of a hero. I can chase another day, fight you all the way. We stand strong no matter how. No one can bring us down. Listen, Sega was fucking... They were writing fire. They said bars. What am I doing? There we go. See, that's how you do it. Neat. There we go. Fuck it. The bass in this song is just extraordinary. One makes three. Nothing is new. I almost activated the cutscene. Get out of here. There you go. Okay. That did not work. What? What? Why did the game not crash? The game was supposed to crash. I don't know why it didn't crash. Ugh. Okay. I'll do one more zombie. Because when you have Crash plus Cortex, and Cortex does not exist in the chunk, the game will crash. Just by default. Cortex does not exist in this chunk. The actual Cortex does not exist in this chunk. That Cortex over there is a fake Cortex. He's only used for cutscenes. Knows what your problem needs. Neat. Go make the outlaws bleed. There's no way you can win. If it's trouble you're in, they're gonna kick your fingers. You spawn without Cortex? No, the game crashes because there is no Cortex. Insanity and go back to Rayman 3? Too bad. The game crashes because I can't load Cortex. You cannot spawn without Cortex. Unless the game forcefully removes Cortex from you. You have to touch certain zones, and I did not touch one of those zones. I think. Oh, you know what? No, I did. I didn't think so. You were nicer in Rayman 2. What's that mean? $2,600 followers. I'm not promising anything. Plus, it's dialogue and Rayman thing when you attack Glowbox. Really? I didn't know because I never attacked Glowbox. Combat fatigues. That's exactly what we need. Rayman, no! It belongs to the hoodlums. It could be dangerous. Rayman 3 fam remake yet? No, but it looks kind of fire, to be honest. How's it hanging, Weeda Dog? Don't be so touchy. Take a look at what I found. The manual. Boring. Hey, the outfit looks good on you. When does it come off? Oh, by the way, something can win you points. Yeah, they did pretty well with Murphy in Rayman 3. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Gameplay fully only took a peek. Yeah, the Rayman 3 fan remake actually looks really good. Why is the camera being weird? Pirate Rayman 3. I mean, I could pirate it if I wanted to. But I wouldn't run it on emulator. Okay. What the fuck, dude? I wasn't touching that. I was not touching the fucking cutscene trigger, dude. Greedy worms. If you rid my land of these pests, I'll give you this power crystal. I'm an evil scientist. What'd you expect? This isn't a game. Dun, 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 dun. If I run anything, I'd probably run HD again. Which I'm thinking of getting another 360 at some point because of the soft mod. Once the soft mod comes out, because if anybody didn't know, you will be capable of soft modding the Xbox 360 soon. Well, soon. Camera banging through the music, true. There we go. 2, 3. Why am I doing that? Ooh, that was dicey. Damn it. Then let me jump. You mean you can jailbreak the Xbox 360 via software? Yes. It requires, so far from what we can tell, it does require a specific hard drive, and you do need to, like, put it on the hard drive. But the thing is that it's only, so it worked. But that doesn't mean it's like, you know, public yet. As in, it's not ready for the public. That's not gonna be anytime soon, but it has happened, it has worked. No modifications to 360s. It has been done. It has been done, but now basically comes the thing where they have to basically work through it. It's all cold boot. Wasn't there already a way to mod, not soft mod? Soft mod's a different thing. There was a way to boot into custom firmware the same way that you could do it with a Nintendo Switch. Or the same idea as the Nintendo Switch, but it's not cold boot, as in, like... How did I miss that gem? What would the soft mod allow? Most things that a JTAG would allow. So you would be able to run games off a hard drive and, get pirated games. It would also allow you access to, say, like, the 360's Xbox emulator. And you could, make some modifications to it to make it more accurate. Or say like you could download a specific version of the emulator in the case that you were capable of, you know, in case you wanted to have one that was more compatible. Also, I'm not counting missing that gem, but it wouldn't like run 360 games faster. It shouldn't, because you could already download 360 games to your hard drive anyways. It might allow for faster OG Xbox games, like faster loading times. Maybe. Alright, is today the day that I get Mother Skip? Nope. Yo, Lucid Dark.
Are those real? Mother?
CNK on 360? Yeah. I would like to see if there's a way to make Twins run better on 360. Because honestly, like, and people just want to fight tooth and nail on, like, basically all this accessibility stuff. I honestly think that, having Twinsanity available on Xbox 360 in that way would be so much better for the speedrun. At least like for most, because like most people don't have access to OG Xboxes, but 360s, yeah. Oh, so you can't play OG Xbox games. But people keep fighting me tooth and nail, saying like, oh, well, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. I honestly think that being able to play on a 360, which, like, here's the thing about 360 that I don't think a lot of people get, is that from what I've been able to gather, the 360 has not been capable of running OG Xbox games faster than OG Xbox. On disc? For Sonic Heroes, for example, my loads on Sonic Heroes were faster on my OG Xbox on disc prior to me soft modding my OG Xbox than on 360. My 360 loads were slower, for example. So I don't think that 360 is necessarily going to load the game any faster. Yeah, I'm not spinning this thing ever again. I'm not fucking with that anymore. Oh, okay. My thumb slipped. Right. I think I'll still make this cycle. No? Missed it. I would have made it if I did a slide jump, I think. But yeah, you'll be able to get basically anything on the 360 now. I can't imagine me having these problems when I'm actually doing a run. I don't play as well in practice as I do in runs. I've never played as well in practice as I do in runs. Oh, I never added that. Okay. I don't care to what you're thinking as you turn to me. 2 hands is enough to set me free. I can fight the feeling to resist it over time. There you go. I haven't really had any issues with edge and skip. But yeah, it seems to not even need games. It just needs a hard drive, and you'll just need to buy a specific type of hard drive. And eventually you'll be able to make it your own hard drive, your own 360 hard drive. The number as they fall. In the face of reason, why are you doing this? I can take no more. One, two. I don't like doing that. I'm not doing that in a run, I'm not gonna lie. Let me show you just made of. About to do runs. There we go. Come on. There we go. What I'm made of. Neat lag.
A Universal Interactive Studios production. A game created and developed by Naughty Dog. Crash Bandicoot Warped! Press start to begin.
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! New dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Best game for IRL party? I wouldn't doubt it. No. Practice is over.
Playtime is over! Victor, Moritz, back in your cage, you naughty boys!
Curse our regimented upbringing. Damn it. All right. Okay. What was that? That was pathetic. Damn, that lost me like 2 seconds. Hey, Crash can move his head again. Let's go. Oni. Come on. Lo hace voz femenino, es muy gracioso. Sí, así es, eh. Come on, follow me, Crash. Stay close and do what I do. It's easy.
All too easy.
Sí, es muy gracioso. There's something weird going on in the bay. Come see. For some reason my stick is like shifting upright. And I'm not sure what the fuck is going on. I hope that's not drift. Y buenas, Iskao. ¿Qué tal? Me duele la pierna. Ay, ay, ay. Do. Minito, todo bien. El factor nostalgia, ¿eh? No sé nada en que... ¿cómo está el doblaje español en en el remaster. Pero... Yo, Juan Di. Espero que esté bien, ¿eh? Pero me encanta el X-Lang. No tanto como... Clancy Brown. Especialmente porque es de mi estado. Es de Ohio, por cierto. Pero... de Cortex del Twinsanity. Bueno. Qué bien, ¿eh? I was about to say, I delayed that for fucking years. No. Damn it! Hate that. No me gusta este strat. Okay. Slide. Oh, has a bad reputation of like being full of rednecks. I mean, there's a lot of hillbillies. Canales en inglés. Ah, ya veo. Sí, es verdad. I mean, Ohioans have, like, we tend to be the rudest in the Midwest because we have a mixture of Southern culture, Northeastern culture, and Midwest culture. So Midwesterners tend to be very passive-aggressive and like have a very indirect, like, polite culture. Ohioans are kind of like a mixture. Yo, Hatake. Me pasa lo mismo cuando escucho a la escena en español en vez de inglés. Pero depende, porque es que cuando reveo animes en doblaje español, por ejemplo, me gustan más ver en español que en japonés. Por alguna razón, no sé por qué. Tal vez porque entienda más. No sé. Pero depende. Por ejemplo, Dan no me gustó ver en español. Estaba para Europa, sí. But Ohio does have a bad reputation in the Midwest. This is true. For a number of reasons. Our culture sucks. Like I said, we're the rudest and we're also the most, like, Buenas tropitas, gracias por la suerte. It doesn't feel the same. You prefer the dubs? Probably for nostalgia reasons. It's like me when I try to watch Dragon Ball in Japanese or Spanish. It's not the same. Dog shit football team certainly doesn't help. What? ¿Cuál versión? Castellano. Oh, the Browns? Yeah. Yeah, we Midwesterners love our football. En castellano. Pero normalmente me encantan doblajes castellanos. Pero Dan por alguna razón no me gustó ver. Pero otro ejemplo es... creo que en español es A tu eternidad. Me encantó ver este doblaje castellano. College football is more popular. Yeah, OSU has a better reputation than the Browns. But I mean, in Ohio, it's either the Browns or the Steelers. But the people who root for the Steelers are considered traitors. En español. Pero Dragon Ball en español tiene un montón de errores, sí. Onda vital. Vaya. How is it onda vital? En las series no es tan bueno. No es así. Literalmente depende de la serie. Okay, we got Bro Strats. Está mucho mejor. Lo imagino. Ya no tengo máscara. Vaya. Punto. No sabes escribir ni yo. Lo suponía. El guión francés. Ah. Eso tiene sentido. No lo sabía. traducieron el guión francés. Yeah, stuff like that can happen, Hatake. That's why you should never be attached. Fridge. We got our new fridge, by the way. It's pretty cool. And it's big. And it was funny because, like, it said the freezer was set to 1 degree. And I'm just like, oh shit, I better set it to -1. And then I realized, oh, it's in Fahrenheit. Yeah, we bought a new fridge, because the old one died. But yeah, the freezer was set to 1 degree. I'm like, oh shit, we gotta set that to -1 degrees. And then I'm like, oh wait, that's in Celsius. Or, no, that's in Fahrenheit. 2 degrees is not gonna make much of a difference. Dragon Ball Z Kai, sí. Mejora mucho. Inglés también. Porque obviamente el guión no tiene errores. Es casi lo mismo que lo original. Culpa de los franceses. Imagina, Celsius, Fahrenheit. I don't think it matters. I use both. My phone's in Celsius, but like... El problema viene con adultos de 40 años. Sí. Pero el doblaje inglés de Toradora, por ejemplo, está buenísimo. Está buenísimo. Y hay un fan doblaje en castellano. The temperature math in Fahrenheit feels so weird to you because you didn't grow up with it. It's all because you just didn't grow up with it. Like, all systems are arbitrary. Esta Toradora en castellano, sí. Hay fan doblaje y doblaje oficial. Pero me encantó ver el fan doblaje. Ahora mismo no está terminado. Porque... por alguna razón, no sé exactamente por qué. Quizá las tramas, algo así, no sé. I watched the Twinsanity fandub in Portuguese. I have not. It's like 30 degrees Celsius is not 90. 30 degrees Celsius is about 82. $100 degrees is 37. 37.7. Damn. Big L for you, Joseph. Bro's about to lose the friends he doesn't have in Mario Party. And Bro's about to have a generational crash out. No escuché... no oí el doblaje de South Park. Such a small number in the Celsius system really skyrockets. Yeah, but it doesn't really, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't sound as intuitive. Like I said, it's all because you just didn't grow up with it. Like, it is intuitive to us because we grew up with it. Now, when you come to, like, say, measuring small things, yes, you would be totally correct about that. Measuring small things between cups, quarts, and gallons and stuff, that, yes, you would be correct. Anything longer than, like, a yard or a meter, it doesn't matter because you're not going to know how long that is. You can't visualize it. You only visualize it through time. No pueden hacer los juegos de palabras del inglés. Sí. Exacto. Pues es que trying to use the characters are intuitive. It's all about being used to it, yeah. Month, glitches your mind. Day, month, year feels so natural. Well, here's another thing. In Japanese, they do year, day, month. Or they use year, month, day. It's all about being used to it. Because if you don't grow up with it, then it's going to be slightly different. And it's going to feel weird, but that's just because you didn't grow up with it. It's the same thing with, like, using commas for decimal points versus, periods. Traducir juegos de palabras del inglés es muy difícil. Sí, es verdad. O sea, bromas culturales, o sea, memes. It's just years backwards. It's not. They use year, month, day. I guess I see your point. Por ejemplo, ¿verdad? En este juego ha traducido ¿son reales? Obviamente se refiere a las tetas de una mujer. Pero lo difícil es que es un meme en nuestra cultura. En padre de familia. Well, see, when you talk about that, it's really mostly just nitpicking. And I'm not saying that really, like, out of disrespect, but, like, the reality of the situation is you will always just feel more natural with what you're more used to and what you use more. There are merits to, say, using Celsius. There are merits to using, other things. Todo se trata de las tetas. Pero la razón por la que implementó el chiste literalmente es porque en aquel entonces había chistes como así de las tetas porque pertenecían a Seinfeld. Por alguna razón está popular otra vez Seinfeld. En aquel entonces. También pasa con The Office o Drake and Josh, sí. Chiste de Urano. Since I speak Japanese and Spanish on top of English, I like don't care. ¿Cuál es el chiste de Urano? Oh, sí, sí, ya entiendo, ya entiendo, ya entiendo. Don't you think something is off when US? Not really. Se pierde mucho en Futurama, sí. No, I don't find it weird. Because I'll give you a hint. It's the UK and Canada still use a lot of those units. The UK even has its own like unit of weight called stone. And it's still in popular use. Which is 14 pounds. By the way, in case anybody didn't know. It is still in use today. Just like pounds and miles per hour, they're still used in the UK. In Canada too, but to a lesser extent. Canada has its own gallon. El chiste de Uruguay. Ah, sí. Especially to denote how fat someone is. True. No sé. Thought Canadians just lived in igloos. No, those are the Inuit. Hacer sus chistes culturales. Wonder if the whole world got into a consensus. No, not really. Everybody's gonna use something slightly different. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. As long as the people that need to know, as long as the people that need to know the units to transfer between stuff, that's fine. Son puros memes mexicanos. Me imagino. Jugué un poco de Jack 3. But I mean, the thing is like, it really doesn't matter. Because it only matters in international relations. When it comes to the people themselves, it doesn't really matter all that much. Because the only thing that you really need is just, the ability to understand what the other person's talking about. Chistes del inglés. Uy, uy, uy. Algunas de mis frases favoritas de mexicanas son ando bien Felipe con tenis. Ando bien Felipe con tenis, güey. if you heard me speaking Brazilian Portuguese. Someday, maybe. Es muy bueno, pero el primero te gusta mucho. Vamos a ver, Felipe con tenis. Valieron madres, güey. La neta, güey. Valieron madres. Es un buen pedo, güey. ¡Pinche pendejo, güey! ¡Ya, güey!
The crystal is mine.
¡Pinche pendejo, güey! ¡Valió verga, güey!
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal.
La caiga de... ¿Quién? ¿Cómo se llama este hombre? ¡Ya, güey! Pobrecito, eh? And yeah, I do get a lot of Spanish speakers in my chat. I've been thinking about getting like a... Or, yeah, I've been thinking about getting like a chat bot. Where it like translates between English, Spanish, and Japanese. That way, like, if I want to just speak in Spanish or Japanese, I can still do it without worrying about leaving other people out. But it would just stay between people that speak languages I know. Países que hablan español, sí. Vaya. Fuck's this guy saying? I don't speak Taco Bell. I don't speak Taco Bell, I speak paella. And hamburger. Or should I say bald eagle? America! Fuck yeah! Here to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Oh, what is he saying? I don't speak Taco Bell. See, yesterday I was listening to El Halcón de Fondo. Tu canción exacta. I was like I was watching a video on Galician. Pues que vi un video de gallego ayer y me dio sorpresa que pude entender casi todo. Pero portugués no tanto, casi 50%, algo así. Pero gallego era como 80%. What the fuck is a kilometer? In Catalan, but Catalan isn't it's not a Spanish language, it's a French language. That's a totally different language family. With so little effort, it was... No way I could soft lock like this. Estuve bloqueado. Por alguna razón es más fácil leerlo cuando sabes español, sí. Pero al escucharlo ya no tanto, sí. Es verdad. French is a language wall. Catalan is not exactly the same. They're close. Languedoc. Aren't they closer? Isn't Catalan and Occitano closer to French than the Gallo Romance languages? Acento. No es por el acento exactamente, pero sí. I speak Taco Bell porque varios españoles no dicen no speak. No, sí. Es muy diferente. Es más fácil por un hablante de portugués entender español que un hablante de español y que un hispanohablante entender portugués. Pero gallego no. Yeah, Occitan and Catalan are very close. Es un portugués. Y porfa, no. Didn't say that one time there was a plugin. There was a plugin. Like a... Is it an OBS plugin? No. Porfa, no. No, don't write in Portuguese, please. Oh, when talking about translating things, I'm saying like I speak and it translates stuff, not a chat bot. Why can't you speak Portuguese? Because I cannot moderate it. Because I don't understand it. I can read some of it, but like the thing is I don't understand it enough. If I spoke Portuguese, then yeah, you'd be allowed. But it's not fair because I can't speak it enough. I can't tell if you're being mean or like doing something messed up, for example. And what's gonna happen is that if one person does it, everybody's gonna do it, and then I'm left with a chat I can't moderate. That's the issue. It has nothing to do with whether I like or dislike Portuguese. It's just that I'm trying to be fair to everybody. Have I tried reading or listening to Italian? Don't you trust me? Because if I let one person do it, I have to let everybody do it. It would not be fair that one person gets... Like, you could do, like, a funny meme here and there. But no, it's basically like I have to be fair to everybody. I can't just like allow one person to do it and not other people. That's not how that works. I have to be fair. It's nothing against you and it's nothing against Portuguese. It's just that if I were capable of speaking and moderating Portuguese, then yes. I can listen to Portuguese in this moment, but can't answer in Portuguese. No, it's more like, while I can understand some, I can't understand everything or enough for it to warrant allowing it. But like I said before, if I allow one person to do it, I have to allow everybody to do it. And that's not fair. That's not fair for me, because in the case that there's some alienation, one, I can't translate between them. Two, it's basically impossible for me to moderate in it. How long? In the foreseeable future, I have somebody who can speak Portuguese. It's just that, like I said, it's better because I need to know what's going on too. You going live tonight? Please do not advertise your stream. That's very rude. What just happened? I need that clipped. What the fuck have I just seen? That's what I'm saying, dude. If I start speaking Portuguese, Portuguese will be allowed. But like I said, it's nothing against you. I don't hate Brazilians. I don't hate Portuguese. None of that. I do have a lot of people who speak Portuguese in my chat. ¿Cómo empecé a hablar español y japonés? Es que... ¿Cómo se dice? Es como cuando estaba en el Insti, tuve que asistir clases lingüísticas y al principio... I don't know. Al principio quería tomar francés, pero no pude. Porque no había disponible en mi Insti. Así que solo había clases de español. Y... sí, instituto. Y es que... hace meses... me volvió en encantarme. I'm not yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you with that, but it's just that's how the rules are. Me volví a encantarme hablar en español. Y así que cuando tenía 40 ¿cómo? Cuando tenía 19 años me rendí, de hecho. Pero estaba empezando viendo los animes, obviamente al principio en inglés, pero obviamente hace tiempo en japonés, y naturalmente estaba aprendiendo japonés sin darme cuenta, y por eso quería practicar. No, tengo 30. Pero quería practicar, escuchar japonés. Y hace creo que 2 años, algo así, practicando. En aquel entonces llevé 2 años practicando escuchar japonés sin subtítulos. Y me dije, a ver, no seas gilipollas, practica tu español también. Eso me pasó 2020. Y ya estamos aquí. Hace 5 años. Empezaba otra vez practicando mi español y japonés también. Pero es que cuando era niño, ¿verdad? Me gustaba aprender algo de otros idiomas sin darme cuenta. Estudiando en la pandemia, sí. Una bendición, sí, es verdad. Pues... ¿cómo se llama? A ver, tened en cuenta que... no confío en mí mismo, no me confío en mis habilidades, y algo así. Me rendí casi en todo, aparte de speedrunning. Mierda. De los creadores de contenido. Tal vez. No sé. Ay, me duele la pierna. Pero es que por alguna razón me encantan los idiomas. Así que quiero aprender más. Porque si no aprendiera idiomas, sería un nini. O sea, seguiría estando un nini. Sin trabajo, sin educación. No sé, el mismo hombre que soy. Yo, it's that Aussie. Todo el mundo estaba en su casa, sí, es verdad. Por eso tienes razón, ¿eh? Do I have a degree? I'm graduating this semester. But, oh, I do have some exciting news. Están buscando. Gracias. It's that Aussie. Muchas gracias, ¿eh? How have I been? This week's been busy. But I have some good news. So I'm going to be applying for an internship for Asia at my university. For next summer, which of course I'm gonna pick Japan. Of course I'm gonna pick Japan. And I have been starting the process of signing up for doing a master's. Que hablar otro idioma te abre puertas, más oportunidades de trabajo, depende. Pues es que, a ver, ten en cuenta que depende del país. Eso es porque, pues sí, si sabes inglés, sí, es verdad, porque casi todo el mundo sabe inglés, ¿verdad? Pero ¿qué es más difícil aprender? ¿Hablar español o inglés? Clarísimo que es español. Do you think you would have a reliable income if I moved to Japan? Depends. Depends on what I get. Pero ten en cuenta que en algunos países, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos, ahora mismo no es así por la política. Pero depende. Pero si estás en un país en que los hablantes nativos de este país, los ciudadanos normalmente no saben inglés, sí, al saber inglés te sirve más. Exacto, exacto. Pero ten en cuenta que si estás en un país de los angloparlantes, al saber español no se sirve tanto. Pero al revés, sí. Pero también depende. Pero lo bueno es que aparecen oportunidades en que puedes mudarte a otro país. O trabajar en otro país. Would it just be for the summer? For that one, yeah. I lived in Japan for 3 months last summer. Un saludo en español para tu país, Perú, y tus seguidores. Saludos. No sé cómo... No sé cómo se dice... O sea, ¿cuál es la palabra para los que viven en Perú? ¿Peruanos? ¿Son peruanos? Pero saludos. Es un placer. Una docena de países, sí. Peruanos. Vale, gracias. And how is the cost of living in Japan compared to the US? Cost of living in Japan is way better. It's cheaper. Pero sí, saludos a todos. Vaya mierda. One of my aunts-in-laws from Peru. Ouch. Why do I have who's messaging me? It's like 11. Why am I being messaged? Who's messaging me? Oh, it's that. Okay. So, the cost of living in Japan is definitely better than the US, especially right now, because of all the tariffs that are going on. The US dollar is going down. Saludos a todos mis causas. ¿Qué significa exactamente? Married to, died 2 months ago. Shit. That sucks. But yeah, Japan would be better, but I'll get a scholarship and work on and have an internship. Causas, amigo, vale. Pero sí, saludos a todos mis causas. Also means friends in Venezuela? Okay. Por cierto, lo he dicho en inglés, pero tengo una oportunidad en trabajar en, ¿cómo se dice? En Japón el verano que viene por 3 meses. Mi neto. Vale, ya entiendo. Pero sí, si me eligieran, viviría otra vez en Japón. Algunos 3 meses más. ¿Se viene streams en Japón? No sé. Debería vivir de esto y no trabajar. Espero que sí, pero creo que no se puede. No sé. Pero es que quiero ser docente. What will my job be in Japan? I will find that out. I don't know what the opportunities are. But most likely I would be a teacher's assistant. What I'm gonna gun for is being a teacher's assistant in teaching English and maybe Spanish if I'm lucky. That's what I want to do. Pues es que quiero ser profesor de lenguajes. No solo inglés, pero japonés y español también. De cualquier tipo. Así que enseñando japonés a casi todo el mundo. Así como Hypnoshark. Pues sí, porque no soy exactamente un creador. Solo soy speedrunner. So it sounds like a win-win to live in Japan, teach others about languages. Yeah, of course. I love languages, and I love teaching people languages. Languages saved my life. I'm very happy being able to, like, speak to people. Pero sí, tiene sentido. Tienes razón. Pues es que quiero hacer tutoriales de speedrunning en español y japonés. Como lo hice en inglés. But yeah, like, if I were in Japan or Spain, for example, teaching teaching people English, Spanish, and Japanese, or in Japan teaching people English, Spanish, and Japanese, I would be a very happy man. Muy nicho para generar ingresos, exacto. Es verdad. Mierda. Eso es lo peor. Mi friend. ¿Qué significa eso? Is it common for Japanese people wanting to learn English? Yes and no. ¿Te gustaría aprender inglés? Vale. A lo mejor... obviamente tienes que estudiar para saber unos... casi 3000 palabras, algo así. Y ver vídeos, streams y algo así. Pues sí, puedo ser tu amigo, sí. A ver, no es tan difícil, pero tienes que aprender palabras y gramática. Y después escuchar. Al aprender cómo escuchar es lo más difícil, especialmente para inglés, porque nuestro habla es irregular. Sin ir a la escuela, sí. Sí se puede. Claro que se puede. Pues... aprendí español por autodidacto, casi todo. You really wish you had the enthusiasm to learn Japanese, but it's hard. And made it, and the other friends learn kanji. And learn a kanji quiz, it was so funny. Pues es que ten en cuenta que en español el habla de español es muy regular. Así que si hay una D, se pronuncia como the. Una E es E. Una I es I. Una G, depende, es ga o J. Depende. Pero en inglés es que es un fenómeno. Es un fenómeno que se llama mutación, en que los consonantes se cambian, depende de cuál es el siguiente sonido. Así que es irregular. También tenemos casi 5 tipos de estrés en nuestro habla. Por eso es difícil, especialmente para los hispanohablantes, aprender cómo escuchar, porque en español el sonido más significante es la vocal. O sea, sí, es la vocal. Pero en inglés es la consonante, pero también la duración de las vocales en inglés son muy importantes. ¿A qué se debe eso? EO flowers on my head. Thanks for the good luck. En comparación de inglés, sí, es muy irregular. Pero sí, hay cambios. Por ejemplo, especialmente con las S. A veces con las Jotas. Y las Cs y las Zetas como yo, porque... Pues es que no uso ceceo, pero obviamente hay ceceo en mi habla. Pero no es ceceo exactamente, porque pronuncio mis Ss. Pero en comparación de que inglés es muy irregular. Porque no se cambia tanto. Por ejemplo, cuando a veces saltan nuestros Ts y no es un rasgo de algún acento. Casi todos los acentos saltan las Ts, o sea, tienen una T suave, en que es como la R débil en español, como la segunda R en raro. Por ejemplo, la palabra de agua se pronuncia como water, con la R débil, no de una T, porque normalmente la gente no se pronuncia la T normalmente. O sea, la normal. Y casi todos los hablantes se pronuncian algunas consonantes diferentes, depende de la situación y depende de su ubicación entre las sílabas. Water. Sí. How's the runs been going? Not very well. I haven't been able to get out of cavern yet. Pero para aprender casi pues la gramática y no es tan compleja. Wow. No es tan compleja, especialmente en comparación de español. Que español. Al leer es difícil, pero no tanto. Al hablar y al escuchar, sí. Pero se puede. Es cuestión de tiempo. Yo, Venomous. Thanks for the good luck. I'm not going for it. Fuck it. I'm tired of losing runs to that shit. Yeah, the runs have not been going very well. Oh. Would I say the housing was cheaper? Yeah, but the thing was that, I got a massive discount. Like, I think it was $200 or $300 for 3 months. But I was getting a massive discount. Yo, Rob. Like, I was getting a massive discount. I don't know how it's gonna be actually having housing. How long was I there for? 3 months. It was pretty crazy because I also got free breakfast and free dinner. Except on Sundays. They were not there on Sundays. They only did Monday through Saturday. Oh yeah, it was huge. But that's because I was there. That's because I was there in a foreign exchange program. Okay, why the hell don't I have any speed whatsoever? Pero bueno, también tengo un Discord. Si puedes unirte, puedes escribir, ¿cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice el punto de exclamación? No recuerdo exactamente cómo se dice, pero es una marca para demuestra una exclamación. Y después Discord, sin espacio. Si quieres unirte en mi Discord. También hay canales para hispanohablantes. Y también puedes practicar. Sí, pero sin espacio. Pero puedes practicar tu inglés. Como así. Aquí está para YouTube. Y... ¿Cómo? Muérete. The crystal is mine.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your
Okay, so you'll go crystal crazy.
Yeah, the one time I actually got to the one time I actually got to Cursed Splash, I soft locked. The camera soft locked in a way that I didn't expect. Tres. Two. 1, 2. Almost messed that up. Hopefully the camera doesn't soft lock again. There we go. Let's go. Nice. That's Hatake. Every time he enters the chat. Your. I should make that a fucking sound point redeem. I almost messed that up. Ooh. But yeah, I'm hoping the housing shouldn't be too bad. And the scholarship's like $6,500, and I believe the internship is paid too, so I essentially get job experience in Japan. There we go. That was a little sketchy, but it was fine. There we go. The hell? All of that will affect streaming? Probably. If I'm able to bring my streaming equipment, which I most likely will not be capable of doing. But if I'm somehow capable of getting my my streaming equipment, I will stream while I'm over there. But the problem is I have to know if I'm even capable of doing, or if I'm even capable of, like, doing stuff. Damn it. Because, like, I might be in a situation where I can't even, like, stream. I don't know what the internet would be like. I don't know if I'm gonna have neighbors, which I probably would, and the neighbors would get annoyed if I made noise. You're kidding. That's dumb. That's a really dumb time loss. Like, if I can get normal housing, you know, like a place where I'm isolated, then yeah, I can stream just fine. Yes. I lost about, what was it, like 15 seconds? Yeah. So, I may not be able to stream for 3 months. Just like last time. But I might also be able to. I'll have to check and see. I'll ask about how housing is. See if I can get something that's like good for streaming. If I cannot, then it is what it is. It's an L. And I'll take that L. I will not, I'm not going to, foster my streaming just because I'm starting to become a successful streamer. If it means sacrificing my ability to live a good life. なぜそんなに驚いているのですか？ん？え？ How dying during a cutscene can get you to -1? On the PS2 version, for some reason, when you die, in the ship, it takes away a life. But on Xbox, it doesn't. But it also doesn't kill you if you die in the airship and then you go to Academy of Evil. For some reason, it just like prioritizes one over the other. Mind you, the majority of that stuff was like improvised, so I wasn't really thinking about all of my like explanations. All my explanations or my understandings would basically be if you asked me for them on stream. But yeah, if you die in the airship with 0 lives on the PS2 version, not on Xbox, doesn't work the same way on Xbox. You were talking about zombie? You cannot get negative lives with zombie. You'll just game over, or you won't lose a life. But all zombie is you die, and when you die, you are considered to have -1 HP. So when you grab a mask, you go back to 0, and you're not dead anymore. Dude, you're kidding, right? Damn, that's all my time. Dude, let me see. Yo, Tia, thanks for the good luck. But yeah, the how zombie works is that you just have -1 HP. Yeah, that looks about right. What the hell? What's going on here? But yeah, zombie is you die, so you have -1 HP. There we go. Damn it. It bum rushed me. I don't like not having any masks here. Because there's a possibility that I can die. I hope that answers your question. Okay, neat. Alright. Cross fingers, hope I don't die. I thought I missed that, too. There we go. Alright. Should be good. Alright, the last time I was here in a run, I didn't load it. Oh. Damn you! No. Well, that sucks. I hit load instead of, new game. Hang on. Ow. I mean, hey, as long as I'm out of the early game, I don't really care. I don't care too much. Uh-oh. I'm not having that. Yeah, it's a shitty reset. A reset's a reset. Never feel attached. You're confused what happened. Okay, so that is a chunk load. What I have a strat that usually lets you load that chunk very easily. And, I just did not happen to load it. I thought I did, but usually there's like a camera twitch that happens when you load the stuff. So it was semi-confused, and then once I realized I didn't load it, I tried to move back to where I wouldn't die, but I kind of failed. So, yeah. I died, and then I went back. Go Bobcats? I guess so. Yo, other. I'll bob your cat. Make sure your cat's name is Bob. Bitch. I'm stupid. Chunk loading is different between the trilogy and probably even TWAC in this game. Chunk loading requires you to actually physically be inside of like a chunk load. So you have to actually touch this, like, it's an invisible, usually an invisible wall, but it's also in some cases a box. You just have to touch it while it checks for you. So, like, you're not always going to enter a chunk when you touch it, because that would take too much memory. But, if you touch it on the right frames, you will transition to the next chunk. But sometimes you'll actually get thrown back out. Wait a minute. That body slam only saves like a second. I just realized that. There were some things that weren't removed from the final version. I mean, yeah. That's kind of everybody. Damn it. So this is a chunk load. Stop. So what I'm doing here, is, okay, so the chunk load is, right around the ledge. Like, where you jump up, once you reach the top part, where I'm walking towards the checkpoint, that chunk load is, like, literally right beside the totem. And what I'm doing is I'm jumping back out of the chunk and then jumping over the jumping over the chunk load. Because, like, they're in the same position. They're relatively in the exact same position between each other. So basically what I'm doing is I'm jumping backwards to leave the chunk and then jumping over the chunk load. So that way I'm not in the chunk where all those co-Cortex cutscenes are and where the skunk cutscene is. I'm actually in the chunk that has the come on, the it's easy, all too easy. And the reason why you do that is because I'm trying to fall into the water and get specific coordinates from falling into the water so I can do Cursed Splash. That is exactly what goes on there. And there's 3 different things that can happen. One thing is that there's no change. I don't hear a sound change because I didn't even touch the chunk. And if I fall down, I just fall through the floor and die. The second thing that happens is that the ambience resets. So everything gets quiet. And what that means is that I left the chunk and re-entered the chunk. And then the third thing that can happen is that there's a slight dip in the ambience. But it doesn't reset, and that means I got it. So, it's hard to know because, like, I'm doing this, it's basically blind. I'm going by muscle memory. I'm not really looking at what I'm doing because I can't. The chunk load is in an arbitrary location that has no visual cue. I'll mention, when I'm going, you know what? I'll just mention the next chunk load. How many games is Speedrun? You can find that out on speedrun.com/user/gpro. So I'm passing through a chunk load here. That was a chunk load. That one's not really necessary to know, though. Body Slam really doesn't save any time. And then the next chunk load is coming up. Right here. There's a little line. Okay, that should have made it. Yep. Yep. There's a little line that you can see on the ground. You can't really see it right now because, like, I'm going too fast. But there's a line on the ground where the chunk divider is. You need to go past the chunk. If not, the game just freaks out. It doesn't freak out. It's just that the chunks, while they look like they are the same, they're not. Here's another chunk load. So there are pieces of chunks in every chunk that's connected to it. But it's like not every chunk has all of the collision. Essentially, am I going for sub 9 anytime soon? No, sub 9 is not possible. Even the TAS didn't get it. Even with the theoretical time saves, humans are not going to be capable of subbing 9 for a long time. So what happens is basically like the... So think about it this way. When you cross a chunk load, what's possible? Right now, humanly, not even sub 930. At least not with current strats. I mean, it's technically possible, but probably not gonna happen. You'd have to implement everything. And that's too hard with Hub 1. Hub 1 needs salt first. So think about it like this. There are versions of the level that are separated into chunks, where if you go past the chunk load, some things exist, but you're only, like, looking at graphics. Most of it's not solid until you cross the chunk load. Because what that does is it skips, it saves on memory, because you don't want all of the things being solid at once. So you divide things into chunks or separate, like, little loading zones, where you do need to have some stuff be solid, because of the fact that if you miss the chunk load initially, you'll just fall right through the floor. So you want to have some of it there so you can see where it is, and basically for placeholders and things like that. But the majority of it is that what you need to understand is that chunks are generally an optical illusion to give you the idea that you're still playing in the same place at the same time. But that's not the case at all. When you cross a chunk load, you actually teleport, but you don't notice that you teleport. There's... Like, the biggest thing to know is that what you're looking at when you cross a chunk load is that it is an optical illusion. I just crossed a chunk load right there. It's all an optical illusion. That's the issue and the reason why, like, it's hard to know. But it's all an optical illusion. I'm about to cross another chunk load. Right around where Cortex disappears, right there. That's a chunk load. That's the reason why Cortex disappears, because he doesn't follow Crash all the time through the chunk load. So Cortex is in the previous chunk. But he's teleported to a different set of coordinates because all chunks have different coordinates. So he's still there at the same coordinates that he would be if he were in the same chunk, just in a different chunk. This is why Twin Split happens, and why when I spin into Cortex and Boiler, and then throw him, he is in the previous chunk, but at the same coordinates that Crash is at. So it functions the same as if Cortex is behind Crash, just he's in another chunk. And there's some collision leftovers, usually just for placeholders and stuff, to make sure things work correctly. So what you're essentially doing... I'm about to cross another chunk load here. So essentially what you're doing in, to set up the Cursed Splash teleport in Hub 1 is you're essentially abusing that, but you need to drop down and touch the water, which doesn't exist in the chunk up top, only the chunk in the up on the bottom. So you just kind of like you just jump outside of the chunk. It's all an optical illusion. That's the one thing you need to bear in mind. So it's like, if you trust your eyes, That's not how that works. You can't trust your eyes. It makes a lot less sense if you trust your eyes. It makes more sense if you understand that, like, you teleport to different locations. And each chunk has out of bounds collision, but not like all of it. There's some overlap. Like, for example, when I'm doing Cursed Splash and I go I walk on the invisible collision, it's about the same as being inside Ice Climb. Inside the iceberg. It's about the same. It's the same concept. It's the exact same concept. So I'm walking on basically this part right here. But not all of it's solid. That was dumb. My button didn't want to work. Here, I'll show you right now what it looks like because since I was explaining it. So I'll get back over there and show you exactly what the hell's going on. So I'm crossing a chunk load right here. Alright. So if you look very closely, there is a line. If I turn the camera, you can see sometimes. Like, there is a literal line dividing these chunks. Yeah, like, I'm right on it right now. But if I walk through it, there's a little line here. That's a chunk divider. That's how you kind of know where chunks are. I mean, of course, I looked through the editor and stuff, so, like, I know where they are, approximately. Usually, can you see that line in every chunk? Not every chunk, but a lot of them. It might not be visible here. Let me see. See if it's visible here. It's not. The line's not visible here. It is visible in the next one, though. It's actually very visible in the next one. Come on. There we go. Alright. It's extremely visible. When any grind again? When Hub 1 gets solved. This line's super here. Like, super obvious. Okay, now watch if I do this. The sound cuts out. So when you don't hear the sound, it's because I'm crossing here too fast. I'm crossing back and forth. So what I'm doing is I'm jumping back through here and then jumping over. Like that. Did I get my goal? My ultimate goal right now is sub 940. But I got my current goal. So if I'm... Like, let's say I mess up, right? So, I'm in this chunk, and I drop down here. That's what happens. So, let me show something that's a lot more obvious. Chunks dictating the music is hilarious. Yeah. So... Okay. So now I should be back in this chunk. I was not. Okay. It's not the music, it's the ambience, really. What? What chunk am I in? I don't know what chunk I'm in. There we go. So, I do that, and now you see... I'm here. Oh, whoops, I fell. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. So let me do this in this way. Okay. I landed directly on the invisible wall. Okay. So now I am not in the same chunk. I'm in another chunk. That is... That is, like, the actual visual thing that happens. Like, you can tell based on the ambience if you messed up or not. But, that is essentially, like, what you do. Or what happens when you, That is essentially what's going on in that part where I'm messing with the chunks. It looks like I'm doing something super arbitrary, but I'm not. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I have been thinking about getting Silk Song. But it's $20, and I probably need $20. And honestly, I don't know if I'd play Silk Song on stream, because everybody's watching everybody play Silk Song on stream, and I'm just like... I am very slow when it comes to playing, Metroidvanias. Like, I am extraordinarily slow when it comes to playing Metroidvanias. Yo, Axe quit. Thanks for the good luck. But yeah, Matsu, I'm not doing any percent until Hub 1 is solved. At the very least, if we get if we find a way to skip nut skip that's easier and faster, or at least the same speed, and it's easier, then yeah, I'm going to actually, I'm gonna go back to any percent and I'll optimize the shit out of it. I'm not gonna lie. If we, because the issues with the nut would clear out 25 to 30% of the resets. Because mind you, I have 17,000 resets, and I think it's 13,000 of them were just on Hub 1. And I'm pretty sure that somewhere in the realm of at least 8,000 of those resets. What do I mean? Nut skip, it's not easy. Not if you do it fast. Like, if you do it super slow, yeah, it's incredibly easy. If you do it fast, no. No, it's not. It's inconsistent, and it's difficult if you're doing it fast. If you want to try to prove me wrong, try doing nut skip as fast as I do 50 times in a row, and you'll see what I mean. Yeah, try to do it 50 times in a row. If it's easy, you should be able to get it 50 times in a row as fast as I do it. You'll find that, no, you can't do it as fast as I can 50 times in a row. There's always going to be something that will be going wrong. And very likely, you'll get it maybe 5 times max at the same speed that I do it. Now, if you do it slowly, yeah, you could do it 50 times, no problem. But you're going to be losing between 3 and 5 seconds doing it. Yeah, I challenge you to do it as fast as I did in my PB. 50 times in a row. No mistakes. If you do a mistake, try it again. You start from 0. And I'm not going to say I'm betting money, because no. You get it 30 seconds, I get it in 25. Between 25 and 26. That is the ideal thing. You have to do it in 25 or 26. 30 seconds, that's very easy. I was able to do that 30 times, 40 times in a row. Well, 29, 28. I could do several, like 30 times in a row. Attempt 1,800 won't PB. Who knows? I mean, go ahead and prove me wrong. But I would say if something's easy, yeah, but I'm better. That doesn't mean anything. Not when it's inconsistent. You have to bear in mind that when I say something is difficult, it's the version that which I'm doing it is difficult. If you do it easily and you do it, if you do it easily and slowly, nut skip is very easy to pull off. It is one of the easiest skips to pull off at the low level. At my level, it's inconsistent. Because even though I have ways to up the consistency, I know how to make the teleport faster. I know how to adjust to certain things, even if I lose, even at the cost of like half a second to a second. When you're doing it really fast, no, it's very hard. And inconsistent. I'm not going to go back to doing any percent until that's solved. You do fast nut. You're jumping over the nut and then teleporting instead of putting it in place. And you're getting 30. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that when it's not worth it? You're just resetting over it. You should probably not be doing it that way. You should be doing it the easier way, because, like, all you're gonna do is reset over the... It's only like a second of time save. You have a second to save everywhere else. I wasn't doing fast nut until I think I was sub 1050. I wasn't doing super nut until I think until after I sub 1040. Because super nut only saves a second and fast nut only saves a second, but the problem with fast nut is that it's inconsistent to pull off. It doesn't work all the time. I do it now because I have to. But like I said, if somebody finds a way to skip the nut in a way that is faster and more consistent, or the same speed and more consistent, I'll go back to any percent immediately. But right now, as it stands, I'm not going to go through another grind to try to sub 940. Hope the stream's been good. It's been okay. You're probably losing time everywhere. Like I said, and this is the thing that a lot of people who try to do speedruns don't understand, especially like even actual speedrunners, is that if you're doing something just because it's faster, but it's costing you resets more, you're losing more time because you're not practicing everything else. You're not getting paces in places where you need to practice. It's better to go with easier strats at the cost of like a second or two if it means you're gonna get to the rest of the game more often, because if you get to the rest of the game more often, you will eventually become more consistent. Like, I always make the comparison of back when I was playing Crash 2 consistently. There were two runners, myself and a guy called Mastois. What the fuck do you mean I reloaded it twice? Fuck you. So there were two runners who's, like, who were running at about the same amount of time. It was me and Mastois. So I got a 117, or I got a sub 120, 100% Crash 2. But my hub 1 was bad. My hub 1 was a, I think, not even sub 14. Whereas Mastois's was a 1330. I had... how many resets? I had, I think, about 600 resets. And he had 1,700. Mastois's PB was a 127. Mine was sub 120. So Mastois was resetting so much in the early game. Yeah, he's in HypnoShark's chat occasionally. So here's the thing. Because I was resetting a lot less on the early game, but I always practiced the late game and mid game, I had a better time despite the fact that I had a much worse early game than Mastois. Mastois had 1,000 more resets than me. And he had a 127 100%. Whereas I had less than 1,000 resets, but my time was almost 10 minutes better. And it's not because I was just built different. What it was I didn't reset over stupid menial things in the early game. I knew my early game was bad, and I didn't care. Because what matters more is the rest of it. Is that why I don't go for Crystal Crazy Skip? Crystal Crazy Skip's inconsistent. It saves 20 seconds, but it's so inconsistent, I'll be resetting about 10 times as much as I do now. It's the same thing with like a lot of other things, like why don't you go for Slide Skip? Well, it's inconsistent, it's halfway through the run. Even if it's big time saves, there's no point in going for something just because it saves time. Because I'll tell you one thing, and this is the reason why I got so good at Twinsanity and why I'm super consistent and I reset less than everybody else. It's because I compromise consistency because it makes sense. In this category, yeah, Crystal Crazy Skip only saves 20 seconds. It's not worth it. I compromise that consistency, or I compromise the speed for the consistency, and I implement things that are less consistent either when I become good at them or when it makes sense to use them. And yes, I do this with any percent too. There are a couple of strats that I didn't implement due to issues with consistency. Because of the fact that would I rather have a sub 940 at like in attempt number 18,000 or attempt number 50,000? How much more time would it take if I implement things that are inconsistent when there's so much inconsistency in the rest of the run, when I could save the time elsewhere and become better at the rest of the game? Like, that trade-off is very important to understand, because if you're just going like, okay, well, this is just the fastest stuff, you're not going to get into the rest of the game. You're not going to be good at the rest of the game, only the early game, and you will be left with many more resets and much more frustration. But when you start implementing things when they're appropriate to implement, you have a natural progression. Like, understanding the trade-off is one of the things that most top-level runners... one of the reasons why top-level runners get good at their games. We practice the rest of the game anyways, not in runs. There's a very big difference between practicing and actually being in the late game. There's a huge difference. If you never get any runs, you will be nervous at the end of your runs. You will not know how to deal with the pressure of being on a run if you're never on a run. Like, the practice is very casual. Practice has no pressure, no tension, nothing. You're not on pace, nothing. You should probably sleep soon, damn. But yeah, humans are filled with errors. So going for perfection is terrible. Yeah. If you say, yeah, well, you practice the rest of the game anyways, well, most people that go with that mindset never make it very far. Damn it. Most people who have that mentality don't make it very far. And if they do, it takes them so much longer to get good that everybody else has already surpassed them by the time they finally can finish runs. And that means you have to go back and relearn everything. Because while you were sitting there practicing one really tough thing, people have found more consistent stuff that's easier and faster. So basically, you're spending all this time practicing this one set of runs, but then you have to go back and readjust and do new stuff, which is unfamiliar to you. You don't develop or adjust, and you basically lose your level of consistency, and you have to go back and go through the process all over again, where you have to relearn a whole bunch of new stuff. And then by the time that you can finally finish runs doing very inconsistent stuff, people have found new things that are more consistent, either just as fast, if not faster, and more people are getting runs out, and everybody eventually gets ahead of you. How I do runs is that I usually leave the inconsistent stuff for when I'm behind. I'll do things, if I'm behind and I want to save the time, I'll go for them. Or I'd use them as backups, usually. Like Piper's right now, I'm not consistent enough at it. And I don't want to reset in Boiler, because if I'm resetting in Boiler for like 10 days, I'm not going to be in the rest of the, like, in the later game. The only guy that finds new things. But yeah, of course. This is one of Rijiku's issues, is that Rijiku was able to do standard route, but how long did it take Rijiku to be able to finish a run? And it was only 2 runs. It was a lot of resets, a lot of stuff, and hasn't fixed it. What comes after 100%? I don't know. I'm not sure, I haven't thought that far ahead. I mean, at least in terms of Twinsanity, I am going to move over to doing, Spyro Hero's Tale, though. But I might still go for some stuff in Twinsanity. But yeah, the mentality, which it's been shown in a lot of others too, like other runners too. Like Nindide, for example, is a very good example of that in Sunshine, where Nindide was like crazy good, but could not finish runs at all because Nindide did like crazy hard strats. By the time that Nindide was able to finish runs, he started having issues with seizures. And then he started coming back, and everybody else like took his stuff and they expanded upon it, made stuff way more consistent, way easier, and they were faster than him. So by the time he was able to recompete, everything was different. And then he basically kind of fell into obscurity for Super Mario Sunshine. Usually the people that work on developing stuff and not being so rigid and understanding time save trade-offs usually will pull ahead. Unless there's not much development in the run. Now, if you want to use Mario comparisons and you think, well, what about, what's his name? He's that new kid. Hijacking his... Damn. Who's that new kid that basically sweeped Mario 64? I can't remember what his name was. Was it Suigi? I think it was Suigi. But the thing is about Green Suigi, yeah. So, the thing about Suigi, and people would say, well, isn't Suigi the same as Nindide? Absolutely not. This is a totally different case, and the reason why it's a different case is because he labbed everything. Suigi labbed everything, that's why he got the sweep. So he's not like Nindide. Nindide didn't do, like, heavy labbing. Nindide just did really hard strats. Suigi labbed the fuck out of it. To the point where, like, he was just really good at everything. He even labbed things that people would say, why would you ever lab that? And it's like, well, labbing what he was labbing was the reason why he got so good. That's how that works. Labbing and doing things that are hard but consistent is very different. Talent always beats hard work? No. Talent with hard work usually beats just normal hard work. But, no, Green Suigi isn't... I wouldn't say that he's necessarily, like, talented, and that's why. Because if you look at the effort that he put into his runs, with the labbing included, the labbing is why he got so good. I mean, we can also say he was a fairly intelligent person knowing how to do labbing. It's hard to lab, because not everybody can lab. Labbing is difficult. Okay, I'm just gonna skip that because I missed it. Talent is not hard work. Those are different things.
The crystal is mine.
Talent is natural.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal.
They can go hand in hand, but they're not the same. But talent doesn't always beat hard work. like, me and Twinsanity is a good example. I don't actually have, like, my talent is, I have 2 talents in speedrunning. One is I have good trick execution, and one is I can lab. But in reality, those didn't really help me with Twinsanity. The hard work that I put into labbing the game was the reason why I got so good. Because I went into trying to lab everything, and I, as much as I could. And that doesn't mean I do everything as optimally as possible. Absolutely not. My movement still needs work. Several other things need work. But the thing is like, I was not talented. When I say lab, I mean practice. No, when I mean lab, I mean, labbing is essentially like, examining things like strats, movements, looking into optimizing them from not pragmatic, but from an optimization perspective. So it's not just like practicing, it's like looking into the thing and working on optimizing, making it better. That's what labbing generally is like you take something and you science it. A good way to say it is just, yeah, you take it and you science it. You essentially use science, or the scientific method to fix it. I wouldn't say autism, no. You essentially, use the scientific method to optimize stuff. Labbing is finding new things. Labbing is optimizing stuff. Finding new things is glitch finding. You're memeing. I mean, it's true that the majority of us speedrunners are autistic. Or some levels of autistic. Why do you think so much fucking drama happens in the speedrunning community? I'm not saying this as a slight against people who are autistic. I may not even be an exception to that. I may have levels of autism myself. It's very likely. But the thing is like, if you have some people who have certain problems with socialization, they may not necessarily know how to handle dealing with other people that are different from them. How the hell are you supposed to name, like, drama in a community full of drama? It's just the natural, like, it's kind of just the natural, like, outcome of it. There you go. It just makes sense that a lot of us are, like, a lot of us have, like, social issues and other kinds of issues. It's just how speedrunning has always been. The types of people that are attracted to doing speedruns have always been like this. It's not like all of us, it's not like every single speedrunner has problems with socializing. No body slam, no, because body slamming would put me in hub 4, not hub 3. You speedrun, you're weird by default. Kinda, yeah. And that's not a bad thing. None of what I'm saying is a bad thing. At all. But I'm saying this from experience and from, like, maybe not just... Oh, no. Damn it, I'm having this again? I don't want to lose 30 seconds to having to reload the game. What happened? Sometimes when you do early hub 3 the game is trying to load a cutscene. It's trying to load a cutscene for some reason, and it'll just fade in and out constantly. It's not common, but it happens. And people speedrun the most. You can find that on speedrun.com. Also, yo, Payman. Saw you've been putting in work in Rayman 2. The game's kind of quiet. Let me turn it up just a little bit. There. That should be a little better. Yeah. Alright. But yeah, if you speedrun, you are gonna be weird by default. It's just some parts of this game you still suck at. Always happens with speedrunning, right? But yeah, like, I always come from the idea that, like, well, yes, of course, like, a lot of us have a tendency to not be so good at socializing, or handling interpersonal relationships. I am no exception to that. But understanding that that is something that just happens, they're like, you can't just say, like, that's mean to say. It just kind of is. And you just kind of have to accept that this kind of stuff just happens. It's Minecraft. I don't know, maybe. Donkey Kong GBA. I don't actually know how those runs go. Yo, Jam. How did the graduation go? I didn't go to graduation. I went to a graduation party for my friend. I graduate this semester. At least undergrad. I'm gonna be trying to do a master's in teaching English. Very movement heavy and cycle based. Very optimized. Damn. I missed the tree. I suck balls. The graduation party was really fun. I ended up getting sunburnt because we went swimming. It also made me super sore for like the whole week, which sucked. Worth it. It was really fun. I met a couple of people and destroyed the game. Sounds about right, yeah. Labbing TAS strats. Labbing TAS strats is really good. I don't know what you're asking. Like, I'm not gonna say who. That's kind of an invasion of privacy. But I met people that I knew online IRL for the first time. But I can't say who they are because that's, like I said, an invasion of privacy. Unless everybody knows the people that I go to school with, which, I mean, some people do, some people don't. Nah. First sub 40, nice. I think I'll stream for another hour to an hour and a half. Yeah, it's like 12. On the Wii U Virtual Console? Does it save time or does it not matter? Okay, I don't know how I landed, but okay. Doesn't matter. I'm still hyped for the 360 soft mod. I want to see what the hell can be done. Crossing fingers and hoping that there's a one 360 emulator that we can use that's like, oh come on, I delayed that for years. I hate this strat. I'm hoping that I just did that. Yeah. I'm hoping that what's it called? There's one 360 emulator version that runs Twins well. I bet you there's gonna be at least one. It would make streaming Twinsanity way easier. And also make it more accessible for people. I mean, I like my OG Xbox, don't get me wrong, but I would absolutely prefer running on a 360. Not because I think it would be faster. Honestly, even if I would lose time, I would prefer running on 360. It would just be far more convenient. I know that the community's gonna fight tooth and nail over, like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Frame perfect, damn. Are you gonna use a... how do they call that? A metronome? Use a metronome. Metronome, the Pokemon move right, true. There we go. That's some pretty good movement right there. Nice. Not so nice. I'm just not even gonna bother. Always have written tutorials and no video. To be fair, it makes sense because you don't need visuals for Pokemon. Except when it comes to, the step manips. Okay. That should have made it. There we go. I know somebody who said like, oh well, you just wanna run you want Twinsanity to run on 360 so you could play on 360 and save more time. I know somebody was insinuating that, and it's like, no, not really. I just know that the OG Xbox will die eventually. You're kidding. Come on, man. It is true I would like to run the game on 360 again. But it's not for time save, it's for the sake of simplicity. -4, this frame perfect backflip. I swear I remember seeing that actually. Next reset, I'll show everybody my like theory on I'll show everybody my theory for skipping the nut, which I know is not gonna work. But I have a theory. And it has to do with the sled. So, if you despawn the sled, and then you try to jump on top of it again, it will glitch out and cause lag. Sonic you to Super Smash? No. Die. As long as you get the backup. Oh, good, there's a backup. Okay. My hands decided not to do anything. I did say I was gonna show it. So this has been my idea for like nut skip. Why won't it respawn? Why the fuck won't it respawn? There we go. Okay. So then it should respawn here, and then it'll do some weird stuff. So the idea is to, like, if you do this in such a way, it will lag the game. And if you're lucky, which I don't think is possible, you might be able to build up speed. Like, let's say, for example, if you slide off of it, it might stop. It might keep adding momentum to where, imagine if you are capable of just, like, slide jumping. Like, you slide, and then it despawns, and then you, do a jump, and you just get, like, a shit ton of speed. I'm not trying anything. I'm describing my, like, my theory for skipping nut. If we get that, I'm calling it No Nut November. And it would be extremely funny if we find it in November. But if we find that and it's, like, consistent or whatever, and it saves time, like, I will go back to any percent and I will optimize it. Because if it's 100% every single time, boom, like, fuck it, I don't care. Will it work? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it'll work. But if it does, that'd be cool. I don't know why I didn't slide jump there. My brain just brain farted. But yeah, whoever finds a way to skip the nut skip, and it's faster and it's easier, like, and like, I mean, there's almost definitely a way that you can do it that's faster, but it's gonna be like ridiculously hard and basically not even worth doing in runs. But if you somehow find a means to make it faster and easier, like, you will definitely be named in the credits of the sub 940. I think I didn't get it. I got it. Okay. Cool. That time you could visibly see the splash, which is cool. But yeah, the strat would be called No Nut November. No, you're kidding. Damn it. Come on, man. So hey, if you wanna, you know, wanna help a brother out, wanna, like, you know, see more any percent runs. You somehow got community best. Not bad. Not bad. Also, I'm going to say that, like, even though I can't really find it, doesn't mean that other people can't. I have a limitation in figuring out stuff like this. You weren't even nervous? Damn. Destroy Dick December? No. Yeah, Hundo's gonna be, Hundo's gonna be a while, I think, before I actually get good enough to finish runs. A big problem with Hundo is hover skip, which we could technically do it a different way that's slightly slower, but it is far more inconsistent. I did lab it, and no, it's not really good. Yeah, that sounds about right for speedrunning. Nerves don't usually kick in until halfway through the run. or past halfway. Usually, I'm not sure where nerves kick. Okay, yeah. So for Hundo, I don't usually get nervous until after the high seas death abuse. And that's like 40 minutes in. Was just not eating nuts for a month? Damn. Brody was like, nah, I'm on a diet. Why? It's no nut November. Damn. Just don't get nervous, forehead. Damn. This is actually a pretty damn good hub 1. That's a really good hub 1. No, get in there. There we go. I don't even know why I had so much time loss in my PB in hub 1. I think it might just have been tacked on. Well, that's always time lost for next time. Yeah, I got the life. Let's go. Happens. Okay, let me see here. Do I get the bounce? I do indeed get the bounce, which means I get Brower Strats anyways. Let's go. I don't lose time. I saw that. I saw that coming from a mile away. Please don't hit me. Thank you. Whoa. Okay. Still got it. Whoa, what the hell? What the fuck? What's going on? Okay. You know what? You're kidding. You're kidding, right? I don't even know why that happened the way that it did.
A power crystal.
Ooh. Cortex's big head, probably. No. I lost less time than I would if I didn't get Brower Strats.
The
But
crystal is mine.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool.
Put your gaze, or you'll go crystal crazy.
I'm not going for the slide jump here. It's only like a second and I don't want to die. I almost didn't stay on the lift. Okay. %. Run and yeah, that was really good. There were a couple of time losses in the 942. It's definitely improvable for sure. But I'm okay with it for right now. Yeah, not having to worry about ball glitch anymore is definitely a blessing. I mean, the fact that I'm also doing that strat in Hundo should be very telling as to, like, how great that strat is. It's not supposed to be that, like, oh shit. It's not supposed to be that, consistent, because it was a TAS strat. It just ended up being consistent enough to be done in runs. But yeah. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Nice. I could still do spiral skip. You can. If you wait too long, you have to wait for the door to open. Because, there's like an invisible wall that stretches out. But once the door actually starts opening, it becomes intangible. And, you have to wait for the actual door to open. I did almost mess up the camera stuff. Because you're supposed to hold L, T, or RT to, make the camera come out with you. And I almost didn't do that because that was a newer strat. And I was very nervous. That might not be good. The bat might push me go out with me. Okay, it did not. Good. Okay, good. Okay. Pretty good pace, actually. This is sub 103 pace for sure. This is almost a mid 102. How much faster is this route? It's about It's about like I think it was like 30 seconds faster, but with Cortex, it saves like another minute. Come on, man. Just go out. Thank you. So it's like a minute and it's like a minute and 20 seconds faster-ish. Cortex route saves a minute. Oh, you bastard. Cannot predict where the animals are.
Ah, yes. The old alma mater. As a former student myself, I'm well equipped.
There's still technically 50 more seconds of time saved to implement, but is some of the time saved from skipping the ending? That's actually most of it. Like if we found a way to like get the 100% without beating the final boss, we would save 3 more minutes or something. It would be a massive time save if we could find a way to get the 100% without fighting the final boss, because we can escape Hub 4. As long as you enter Anti-Agony, you can escape Hub 4 and go back to the other hub worlds. So if you could find a way to not even go into the final boss and get the 100%, all you would need to do is just Death Abuse out of Anti-Agony, and then all you need to do is Death Abuse out of Anti-Agony. That's all. Sub 1 hour would easily be possible at that point, yeah. Sub 1 hour is technically possible right now, but it's not really, like, feasible. Because the time saves required are just, they're too much. They're too hard. So, like, I usually say, like, it should be possible to sub 1 technically right now, but not in practice. I would, if anybody asked me, hey, would you want it? Would you say that sub 1 hour is currently possible? I would say no. Humanly, absolutely not. The amount of resets you would need in order to get the time saves would not be worth it. Ojo, buenas, Steve, ¿qué tal? That threw me off. Cortex almost died. I don't think I'll get there with the current version of 100%. Not sub 1 hour, not yet. More must be done. Having a 10-minute lead over second would be sweet, though. You're right. You bastard! Get out of here! Die. That's the shitty way to lose time. I'm gonna lose the majority of my lead now. Actually, I'm gonna lose all of my lead. No, I'm not gonna lose all of it. But I mean, I'm going up against a really good, boiler. Buenas, Fantasma, ¿qué tal? What? Yeah, I lost all of my lead. Bien, bien. Y pues. Está bien. Ando bien. Vaya mierda. The loading trigger before sliding. Yes, but doesn't matter. Lo imposible. Vale, dime. ¿Cuál es el chisme? Un gansito. Vale. But yeah, there is a chunk load. There is a chunk load to get the yellow gem. I did lose a little bit of time to messing up, but it's fine. Okay. I just don't... I did get it. Okay, there we go. The run lives. The run lives. Alright. For now. I believe I'm going to be behind, though. Yeah, this is great casually. Give me that. What do you mean? Get up there, thank you. Pero eso me hace ilusión. En verdad. Might not lose that much time. Yoli. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Fuck you. That sucks. Hey, save time. Okay. True high crash. Nina, my adorable young niece. Seems you have some adjustments to make. Let's see what you've learned. Okay.
My airship! Without it, we're stranded! Tie it to something secure, I said. Hurry, Nina, or you'll miss the bus!
With the devs of Twinsanity? Oh yeah, that was definitely like in honor for sure. Okay. Yo, Carrie. Finally caught up. Nice. Okay. Let's get this now. Am I going for the bus cutscene now? Damn! Nina said, fuck this ant. She just punched him. Like, fuck you, bitch. I'm not going for the bus cutscene, Skip. Not worth it. It saves a couple of seconds, but I don't want to lose the run to it. It's just not consistent enough for me to go for yet. Like, I have a setup for it, but I just have not... I think I've only pulled it off once in a run, and I don't think that warrants me going for it yet. I'd rather focus on others at the moment. Yep. What? Okay, let's see here. Nope. Like, I'm also not gonna go for the thing. I'm not going for, corner jump yet. Because the weird thing about corner jump is that you have to jump late. You can't jump early. If you jump early, then it's GG's. Because you'll be too high and the game will just kill you. Whoa! Okay, that sucks balls. I'm dead. What do you mean I can't do it? Oh, wait, hang on. No. Well, that's GG's for the run. Why am I loading? Yo, Koji. I'm gonna double check that real quick. Yo, Ratch. Or is it Ratch or is it Rach? It's Rach. Yeah, because I was like, Rach kind of sounds like Rachel. Okay, I'm gonna check this real quick. Okay. Nope, didn't work. Nah, that doesn't really work all that well. Cool. Okay. Fuck you. I'm gonna check this once more before I fully give it up. What the fuck? Vale, suerte. Nos vemos. Is there even a way? Yeah. You can do it. I'm just checking something to make it more, Okay, it didn't even let me jump that time. That's cool. You bastard. Nah. My hand just kept slipping. Okay. If my hands say it's not happening, it's not happening right now. But yeah, I hope your day went well, Rach. I know I'm making weird sounds is because I'm stretching my leg out after sitting cross-legged for like a half an hour. But yeah, it's possible, and we've corner jump's been a thing for a while, but nobody goes for it because even though it saves like 8 seconds, it's very risky because if you die, you lose a ton of time. There's a backup where it saves only a little bit of time. That's what I was kind of labbing, where it saves like 4 seconds, but you can die because you're right there with the checkpoint. But I don't usually go for it because even though it's 8 seconds, it's like, okay, so I save 8 seconds, but I know that there's a very high chance I'm going to die and lose the run. The 20 minutes in. And is that 8 seconds really going to save a run? Not really. Hey, your car's making some weird noises. You better go catch it. Ooh. Yeah, my thought process with it is like 8 seconds is not a lot of time, and it's not going to make a difference in this category. Not yet. When it is going to make more sense to implement it, I will implement it. But since it's 8 seconds, which is a minor time save, it's not on the priority list. Right now, the next trick on the priority list is going to be Pipers, because that'll save me 20 seconds. The two most recent additions, yo Abdo, what's up? The two most recent implementations that I've done are Cortex Antagony and Wampa Snipe, which Wampa Snipe saves 10 seconds. Started pausing on the hoverboard. So the reason for that is because I keep flicking my stick. I'm not sure why the stick flick has been happening. I don't know if it's a feature of this controller or whatnot. But the stick, I've been flicking the stick, and that has been causing me to die. So I do the pausing so that way I don't get that stick flick. Because I was tired of losing runs to my stick not centering. I'm kind of willing, partially, to finish watching the dev Discord call today. Alright. Let's hear your impressions. There we go. That might be a hole in one. It was not. Oh, what the fuck? I had the speed for that, you bitch. Basically, everybody's seen it, so don't worry about spoilers. Like, I'm interested to know, like, what people's favorite parts were and what their least favorite parts were. I mean, it's a lot to get through. It's 3 hours. Mind you, it's really cool. I think the funniest thing was that, need to watch it? Yeah. I think, like, one of the funniest things that I noted was, like, when Smarkin first joined the video call, because I've seen him before, said that he made Antagony in 2 weeks, yes. Yeah, he said that. Son of a bitch. So Smarkin joined the call, and I've seen Smarkin before. I've seen him in pictures, where before he kind of just looked like a Russian guy. Well, now he just kind of looks like that dude you knew in high school, which is kind of funny. They didn't know if Spyro was from A Hero's Tale, yeah. I believe that might have been one of their assets, but I don't know. But yeah, it's just like I look at Spark and he's like, you know, he's that dude that you remember in high school. Like he was doing skateboarding, doing cool shit. That's how Smartkin looks nowadays, and I'm just like, dude. He doesn't look Russian anymore. He just looks like that one dude that you knew in high school who did like skateboarding and shit. It was like cool, but not like popular cool. He was just cool. He looks pretty American. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He rejected his, he rejected the Russian.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal.
One of the funniest parts is just that Dio never fucking talked, but when he did, all he said was bars. Like, everything Dio said was just bars. No! Damn you. That's quite a bit of time loss, but it's not like super bad. Dio mentioning the foot pedal was fucking funny too. I was at a call with Smarkin when the thing was premiering, so Dio's Ferb? Nah. Dio's better than Ferb. But I remember Dio mentioned the foot pedal, and then Smarkin was like, yo, he mentioned the foot pedal. Is so long before confronting the evil twins, yeah. I mean, if they were working on Xbox hardware, they wouldn't have had to do that. How hard it is to press the keyboard to enter splits at first. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do it, to be honest. I mean, I don't have a desk. My keyboard's just on my bed, so I just struggle to press my... I struggle to split all the time. Like, if I get a dual setup with no input delay where I could, like, plug stuff up, this is... Further than a long jump? No, a long jump's always going to go further than a slide jump, but not by a whole lot. But no, they're not the same distance. But they're about the same speed. Is silent with no dialogue? I never asked about that. Good boat. Eh, not really. Crash's body doesn't rotate when he's doing long jump? Yes. Like, see? I was going diagonally, but his body doesn't rotate. It's because the game thinks he's slide jumping. But when you slide jump off of a ledge, you get a controllable slide jump, essentially. So essentially, if you don't have long jump storage, the game, when you're sliding, thinks that you're jumping normally. And then the vice versa. Yeah. Very true. Damn it! Ugh. Wrong spot. Yeah, the game doesn't like, the game doesn't really understand. I mean, it kinda does, but it kinda doesn't. Understand. When you do a long jump. This reacted to the first sub 10, yeah. And then, during the time I had a 953. Must have been hard not being able to hear the checkpoint. Eh, not really. With a save state, it's pretty easy. You just... The issue isn't really the box, it's the bat. Like, I have a specific thing. I don't really do that. Why do you spin on the platform? Why... You know you can slam, but why spin? The spinning is just for the sake of timing. It was something new I came up with while I was teaching, Pete how to do the cursed splash. And it simulates doing the body slam. Essentially, it takes about the same amount of time. So the bat is in the same spot that it would be if I did the body slam. So essentially what it does is, since that particular setup that I use is 100% consistent with the bat, the spin cuts out all of the inconsistencies with the bat manipulation. So I walk over and then I do a spin just for the sake of timing. And then once the spin is done, I do the rest of the movement. Yeah, so when, but since I'm doing early hub 3, if I body slam, I get early hub 4. And it also means I lose like 20 seconds. Because I'm going for the splash teleport. Which I set up in hub 1. Oh, right. I know you can't slam, yeah. So the spin is literally just for timing purposes. I don't need to spin, I just do it. What? Damn, that sucks, balls. Oh, I hate that. I hate that it saves like 5 seconds too. Take a while for you to like the idea of trying it. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. An hour 30 is not that bad for speedrunning. It sounds like a lot. It really isn't. The problem is, or the problematic runs are if they're longer than about 2 or 3 hours. Because then you will start to get tired. A run that's about an hour long, unless you have a hard time sitting and doing the same thing for long periods of time, an hour is not that bad. What is a problem is if it's like 2 or 3. Which I've done runs that are like around 2 hours before. Spyro Hero's Tale is, Spyro Hero's Tale Hundo is 3 hours. And my PB's 4.5. But trust me, it's not that bad. It's really not bad. If you're used to it, like, I mean, you can basically... the way you can get used to it is by doing, like, 1 hour long practice sessions without taking a break. And then ease it into 2 hours, and then ease it into 3 hours. And that's all you need to do. For a run that's an hour and a half long, especially at the lower level, you're going to want to get used to being able to play for 3 hours. You're not going to do a one and done. That's not how speedrunning works. You're never going to do one and done. You have to get used to being able to play for several hours. Like, I'm a bit of a freak. I don't want to say it that way because it sounds sus. But I'm a bit of a freak in the fact that I am capable of playing something for 8 to 9 hours without... Like, I get tired, but it doesn't affect me to an extreme degree. I can... Which is why I, like, stream for, like, 7, 8 hours at a time, unless I'm tired. But... Star Fox Adventures, yeah. I remember... So, fun fact about Star Fox Adventures. The one guy that's, like, very, who basically, like, was tied with it. I can't remember what his name is. But, like, the guy that was, like, really, really good at the game for a long while and, like, dominated it, started running... No, not Fuzzy. Though I've talked to Fuzzy. I wasn't gonna mention Fuzzy. No, that was pre-Fuzzy. No, not Celestial. Pre-Celestial. But, the guy that was, like, ubiquitously, like, super good at the game started speedrunning because of me. Which is funny, because, like, I followed him around 2015-ish. And then, like, 5 years later, I joined his chat because, well, he started running again, and then, Dinosaur Planet came out. And then he was like, oh yeah, you know I started... Oh yeah, you know I started running, started speedrunning because of you. I'm like, what? I've been following you for 5 years, and I had no idea. Speedrunning because of the whole Twinsanity community. It's always nice to hear that people start speedrunning because of me. I mean, depending on why, like, if you say, like, oh, because of... that you start. Oh, what are you learning? Like, it depends on what era of speedrunning you were, like, you started running because of me. Oh, you're learning a Rugrats game? Nice. Because, like, if you say GDQ, I'm just gonna be like, oh. Like, I'm literally just skull emoji at that point. But if it's like Sonic Adventure, it's like, okay, so you remember when I was really arrogant. Sonic Heroes, that's Pog. Crash 2, kinda Pog. Twinsanity, pretty Pog. Okay, let me see here. It should be... that's... no. Damn it. This is in Dimension Skip error. Your brother did a 56. Ugh. Okay, let's sit up. Yeah. speedrunning, I got into speedrunning, and I hate talking about getting into speedrunning. I think I talked about it in the Twins devs. I think it was the Twins devs thing. Do you love doing the same thing over and over again? Autism moment. That wasn't even my username. But yeah, the reason why I started speedrunning was because I got Sonic Adventure DX on the Xbox Live Arcade version, and then I was just good at it, and I got my first record within a week or two. But the reason why I was able to get records was because I had a different spin dashing technique that I found when I was 11, which is hilarious because the way that I found it was, like, I was trying to use the hold Y for Super Turbo, so I would go faster by holding Y, and I found out that using 2 spin dashing buttons makes you go faster. So then, like, when I got it for the Xbox Live Arcade, because I did some competition in high school, and we were out and about, and I'm like, Mom, give me Microsoft points. She's like, okay. So I got Microsoft points, and then I got Sonic Adventure. And then, like, within a couple of weeks, I got my very first IL record. And that is what basically started my speedrunning stuff. Mind you, I knew about speedrunning like 5-ish years prior to that. So, like, that was in 2010. I knew about speedrunning since 2005. Sort of. Kind of. I didn't know it was speedrunning, but I'd been following speedrunning channels and stuff for Halo since 2005 at that point. And I saw a couple Super Metroid and Metroid Prime stuff too, because I was super interested in Metroid glitches. And I discovered Sonic Adventure during the peak of Sonic Adventure speedrunning, which was 2007. Well, back in the day, I'm pretty sure, like, it's reached a different peak at some point, but I watched Jawson run Sonic Adventure, and I watched Darkspine Sonic do glitches and speedrunning in many Sonic games. So it's not like I just entered it without knowing anything, but rather, like, I was good at the game, so I decided, let's do speedrunning. That's literally what happened. And I started submitting my times actually in February of 2011. I'm in my 40s now? No, I just turned 30. I was 15. But because of the fact that ego was kind of a part of me running Sonic Adventure, it kind of messed up a lot of things for me. But when I went to do Sonic Heroes, which was a game I really enjoyed, and I really wanted to, like, participate and, like, help break and stuff, Sonic Heroes, I did a lot more. Not a lot more for, but I enjoyed it more, and it was more because of enjoyment and because I wanted to work on the game rather than just because I was good. Which Heroes is, like, where I kind of started learning how to do routing because of Team Chaotix. So I did a lot of IL rerouting, I did a lot of single segment routing with Critical Sid. And, in 2011, I was actually planning on starting to learn Spiral 1. Believe it or not. Well, that was around the same time Saboom was learning it. Not fucking it up is so hard. Yep. It takes a lot of time to build up not just the muscle memory, but also the confidence. Speedrunning has, like, a confidence aspect to it. Because while you're doing speedrunning, you're constantly fighting your nerves. when you're used to it, like, I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years. It's not... Like, you get used to a lot of it outside of, like, major nerves. But the thing is every time you, like, start getting better paces, you have to fight your nerves all the time. That's why streaming is very good when you're doing speedruns, because if you're talking to somebody, it can help calm your nerves. Of course, there comes a point where the tension is too high and you need to just stop talking. But, just doing runs is, like, you know, like, you're constantly fighting nerves, you're constantly fighting your body and that stuff. Psychological things are cool. Well, that's the thing. The majority of speedrunning is confidence, but not failed confidence or fake confidence. Go crazy and become a true addict, yeah. Fighting your sweaty ass hands, that's also a thing. Speedrunning is a real life metaphor. You won't get far without luck. Not really. Depends on the run. But, if you put a lot of hard work into what you're doing as a speedrunner, you will eventually get something out of it. But if you don't do it correctly, then boom. You're unable to long term. Not something you want to experience. Yeah. Speedrunning certain games does affect how you play them. Okay, let's see here. But speedrunning is a lot more psychological, and yeah, like what Spratchet is saying is like, yeah, addiction is real with speedrunning. A lot of people get very addicted. You could almost liken my sub 10 grind to an addiction. It did reach that way a couple of times. But I mean, speedrunning itself, I wouldn't call it, for me, for right now, I wouldn't call it an addiction. It's more so my, like, it's my break from reality. And it's also, like, a creative outlet for me. That's why I do so much labbing. But it's so cool. I mean, I'm not addicted to it, is the thing. It's like, you know, if somebody went up to me right now and said, you can't speedrun anymore, I'd be a little sad, but I wouldn't be like, what am I supposed to do with my life? Who the hell? Damn it, I can't check to see who just messaged me. Oh, you followed DK64? I loved doing glitches in DK64 when I was a child. I don't know why I said child like that. But like when I was 7 years old-ish, I found this forum. Died to him after he was dead. I always experience like at least one glitch per first playthrough, almost all the time. Yep, that was a JMac issue. And he said that that is one of his most embarrassing moments. Go shabba ticka 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 ding, shabba ticka 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 ding. My very first run through of Rayman 3, I ended up finding a not a big skip, but a minor skip by accident. I found a lot of things by accident in that game. Damn it. Oh, we don't have a mask. That sucks. I don't think that's gonna make it, no. Okay, who the hell messaged me on Discord? Yeah, curiosity basically killed the cat. So there's some less glitches in that version? No, there's not less glitches. Actually, the glitches outside of lack of slide glitch are more apparent on the European version. Like, for example, Ant Agony, if you don't kill the first ant, has a very high chance of crashing the game. CNK for the first time today. Good luck. Cross fingers and hope. Had the most time save in Twinsanity. Because in general, I can tell you what I found that saved the most time, like, ever. Damn it. Yikes. The thing that I found that saved the most time in general, on its own, was finding an infinite jump. In Spyro Hero's Tale. Now, in tandem, was me finding Zombie when I was 11, and combined with the Swim in Air, which that combined with something somebody else found, actually saved over an hour off of any percent. But also the infinite jump probably saved like 2 or 3 hours on 100% for Spyro Hero's Tale. So I don't know. But most of like the major things would really be from Hero's Tale. My like existence in that game is more prominent than Twinsanity. I'm only here for like a snapshot of Twinsanity. Like, I've done a lot for the game. Sure, that's absolutely true, but I think like nothing compares to the amount of stuff I labbed in Sonic Adventure DX, or the like major time saves I found in Hero's Tale, or the amount of things that I found in Rayman 3. Probably end up like Shift or Saboom. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this about Shift. I don't think Shift actually really likes running BFBB. I think he's only doing it because that's what makes him more popular. Saboom is chasing after... He's basically glory chasing. He's trying to relive his former glory. Basically living in a shadow of his former self. And that's why he has these issues. Is that back when he was way better than everybody else, it was easy. Yo, mainly Sin. It was easy for him to destroy everybody else. But nowadays, because he's been so far behind, he's chasing that. And he's trying to find it again. But he can't. Because the thing is the community got so far ahead of him that even though he's very natural at the game, he has a mental block because he's looking at it from that. Yeah, times have gotten better, runners have gotten better, strats have gotten better. And the thing is like, he was really good back then, but now he needs to catch up. That catch-up game, when you're chasing glory, is not easy. Because it weighs on you mentally, because you think, I can't. Yeah, this is not something fully unique to Saboom. This is what a lot of old boys go through when they start running other games. Older games also nice pay, man. Like, the thing that you have to understand is that, and it's not the fact that the runners are better than you. A lot of times, newer runners have different standards when they come into the game. When you come into the game, you help develop that stuff that those runners run off of. So they come in with higher standards, and they learn faster as a result. Even Dry Canyon's just too hard for you? Yeah. I actually found a time save in Dry Canyon. The spin jump. Fun fact. I found that, yeah. The one where you get up to the chest. I also found the backup in Wizard Peak, where you use the super jump to get up to the top. And the, I found, I was also the reason why people do a supercharge route in Lofty Castle. And only Saboom started implementing it. I worked on that stuff in particular, I think that was 2014. Yo, Slate. Lily. The one that goes on the rounded ramp towards the vortex, kinda, sorta. What's used nowadays is very different, but before there wasn't a supercharge route. Exactly, you would just do supercharge normally. The driver didn't kill you. Nice. But, like, I created that. Yo, Tori. I found a couple of things in Spiral 1. Wizard Proxy and Lofty. Yeah, I don't know, because I've never tried the Wizard Proxy. I only found the supercharge thing to get up to the Wizard. I'm also the reason why people started doing... I also found the Strat and Totally Fly bonus, where you could, like, high jump off of the TNT, yeah. I was, like, really tired and doing runs, and then it just... I did an NSS into that TNT. And then I was like, why am I not dead? You also got second place and qualified for nationals? Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. I'm the reason why Saboom implemented, Dark Hollow out of bounds route. And also doing, Peacekeepers backwards. Now, I did not find those things. I'm the reason why Saboom started implementing them, because I told him, like, look, this is faster. And then he was like, okay. I also told Tuval. Tuval left me on red. But I was gonna run Spiral 1, but every time I just kept looking at it, I'm like, nah. But, like, here's the problem with, like, how old boys work is that you feel like you can't. Yo, let's go. Game didn't crash. Like, listen to this. Like, you look at people and think that they're not as good, right? You think you're not as good as the others. In fact, you actually are. It's just that they had higher standards to go on, so they just got better faster. They didn't have the muscle memory that you have. You can get as good, but the thing is if you're an old boy and you're coming back, if you think, all right, you take it easy, Payman, thanks for stopping by. Like, if you, depending on the reason why you want to come back, it can be easy or it can be hard. Like, I could come back to Sonic Heroes. I'm not sure I would be capable of pulling off the stuff people could do nowadays in Sonic Heroes, because I wouldn't want to put in the effort. Sonic Adventure DX, the reason why I would go back would be specifically for vengeance. I would never become as good, because before it was about me being the best, and I would be chasing that glory. If you're chasing the glory, you will never be as good as you were. It's just not possible. That's the issue with the old boy thing. Is that if you're chasing former glory, you will never be as good as you were. Like, yes, you will physically get better, but the thing is you'll never have the dominance that you had. It's just, it can't happen if that's what you're chasing. That's the issue with Saboom. And that's not me bashing him or anything, it's just, I understand the mentality because I've been in that situation and struggled to get back in some ways. And the issue is, well, I can't really change that part of my brain. It's just not gonna happen. Twinsanity, like, I came back to it, but the thing is I never cared about glory, I just liked the game. Sonic Heroes could happen, but the problem is I don't want to do optimization, so I won't be as dominant as I was. Saboom also has, issues in his personal life and things that I think, like, affect his mental well-being. And it's difficult to deal with those things. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the thing about me is that I don't have, like, I have problems with my personal life, but I'm pretty, like, solid mentally. I have to be Katie? Nah. I have a pretty solid idea of how I am mentally. I know how to deal with my own mental problems to an extent. To the point where, like, me doing runs is not going to cause me any issues or get me really angry. I might have these outbursts because, like, I get annoyed. But in reality, it's like, well, I just know how I am. I know how to deal with myself. So all this stuff just happens. Also, thanks for the stonk slate. So Twinsanity and Spyro Hero's Tale have been pretty much just like frontiers for me to kind of like just separate myself from all the issues that I had before, be away from people that I didn't care to be around, and basically a way for me to just, you know, exist, I guess you could say. Yo, Carrie, thanks for the stunks. I do indeed exist, yes. Like, being in the Sonic community was never healthy for me. There were always some levels of toxicity from myself and from other people, and like clashes and all this stuff. Yo, Ali, what's up? So it kind of like, it didn't allow me to kind of be the way that I wanted to be. Because I would always be angry at something, I'd always be angry at somebody, I would be disagreeing with somebody, I'd be angry at myself, I would be like, why the fuck didn't I do this, why the fuck didn't I do that? And then I'd be like, why the fuck are you doing this, why the fuck are you doing that? And then, that didn't really happen in the Crash community, outside of like some stupid, dumb stuff that was fixed. Getting into a community is very hard, you don't know how people do it. You don't always have to fit in, you just... You know, people like you, people like you. I was not liked in the Sonic community from basically day one. And from the day I left, there were more people that liked me. But the majority of the people were either toxic or just didn't like me. And I didn't like them. And that's what it boils down to. But the Crash community, I've always, like, I mean, shit, we've had our issues, but the thing is I've always felt like I was a Crash speedrunner myself. Ever since I joined the community back in 2014, like, always joining community events, making friends, like with Pete, with Ser, Smartkin, you know, like, even if we didn't really like each other, we still kind of knew each other and we respected each other. Yeah, fuck you, G-Pro. Yeah, fuck you too, Smartkin. When the fuck are we running Crash 2? When is the Crash 2 Hundo race again? Never? Bruh. What if I got Rabini to run Crash 2 with us? You want to love yourself, not hate yourself? Okay, fine. Crash 3. Final offer. He said, no. Deserved, damn. Yo, let's go. Look at that shit. That was clean. Why did I bounce up like that? In the Spyro Hero's Tale, I never really meshed well with Spyro speedrunners. But Hero's Tale? Yeah, kinda. But I mean, that's like a very tiny speedrunning community that's isolated because basically no normal Spyro speedrunners really run Hero's Tale. There's some crossover between Hero's Tale and Enter the Dragonfly, but not much. Mostly, it's for the same reasons why, like, Twinsanity people and Twalk people kinda do. Just don't interact with the community. It's kind of impossible. If you speedrun a game, you have to interact with the community in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I'm kind of like an extroverted. I'm kind of extroverted, so I like interacting with people. So, like, feeling at home in a community is a big reason for me to stay. Jealous of extroverts? From Crash fans? Oh, when I say Crash community, I mean speedrunners, not not fans. Jealous of extroverts? It kind of sucks being extroverted. I mean, mind you, I'm not like super extroverted. I don't like talking to random people. Let's make that very clear. Oh shit. Birdie's gunfire, thanks for the gifted sub. I'm looking at my x-ray and it says I'm homosexual. I'm homo sapien, you're half right. Enjoy the emotes, which I think I can add more now. Think so? Think so. Not sure. But what was he saying?
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze, or you'll go crystal crazy.
I like oh right, so the problem with having levels of being extroverted, like, of course, I don't like interacting with people I don't know very well. But, the thing is like, when you do somebody gift Carrie a sub, she is extremely lonely and depressed. And don't do it just because it'll give me money. I'm trying to see if that works. From the YouTube, you only see pet D's, yeah. But yeah, so a problem with being extroverted is like, I don't even know how to describe that, to be honest. But the problem with being extroverted is that, like, say, for example, I want to talk to my friends all the time. Which most of my friends are introverted. And then when it comes to time to leave, you know, it's time to go to bed, I feel lonely. That's the problem. And not, like, lonely in the sense of, like, you know, like, wow, I need companionship. It's like, I just feel like, man, I would feel better if I were talking to somebody right now. It sucks. I don't like being alone. I can be alone and not have issues, but I need to be doing something. Otherwise, I'll just be, like, riddled with anxiety. Or I need to find, like, something to think about. You're kidding. Come on, man. That sucks. How much time loss is this? Talks to AI when nobody's around. I wish. Okay, yeah, that's a reset. You like being alone? I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't care about people having the same mindset as me. One of my best friends is, like, I mean, I guess if we're talking politically, he has a lot of viewpoints I don't agree with. But the thing is like, we don't, and he knows, because I have a lot of viewpoints he doesn't agree with as well. But the thing is like, we're basically brothers. We love each other like brothers. And despite that, like, what do? We play video games. Maybe not together, but we both love video games. We both like talking about shit that goes on in video game stuff. He's a fighting game guy. I'm a speedrunner. Like, And we fucking love hanging out with each other. Yeah. Same interests. Ah, that's what you mean, like same interests. A Democrat and a Republican who play together. Yeah, imagine. We don't really have the same video game interests, but like we still like games and we love retro tech. Like for example, he likes Overwatch, and I just looked at Overwatch, I'm like, I really don't care about that game. Or it's like, my other best friend and I, like, we both love video games. He's not into it as much. He's more casual. But, I mean, we've known each other for a very long time. It's coming up on 17 years now we've known each other. Low rank, damn. Rach is like, not as good as me. Damn it. You rarely meet people IRL who like tech and stuff. It's hard to find people that like video games. In the same way that we would. Even though video games are pretty, like, you know, they're pretty popular and well-liked these days, it's still difficult to find people who are, like, actually into video games outside of just, like, you know, booting up something just to play, just to kind of, like, you know, escape from reality. I mean, like, people who are, like, actually interested, like, ooh, yeah, like, this stuff. Like, you know, what's going on? Oh, well, there's, Silk Song. Or, like, video game news, new consoles, stuff like emulators, decompilations, recompilations. It's rare to find people like that. It's hard to find other people like that. It's not as hard for me to find those kinds of people as it is finding people who like languages like I do. Also, if you want to talk tech or video games, you can always join my Discord. Which you could just put !Discord, and then you can join the Discord, and join the Discord, I guess. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate you. Carrie's like, there you go, YouTube. I just got a call from a fucking 866 number. That promo for free? Hell not. Hell yeah. Yeah, there we go. Slide, slide, jump. Slide, jump. You know what? I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just doing this. Fuck it. I want to get into Hub 3 again. It's been about 5.5 hours. I'm probably gonna work more on Spyro Hero's Tale today. After doing, Is there a segmented run in this first split? What do you mean? What do you mean, Slate? You mean like a segmented run just for this one? I don't know what you mean exactly by segmented route is the issue. There we go. Get away from feet. We don't like feet. Do you mean like segmented or like TAS tricks? I mean, there kind of are. Or like a fastest thing. There kind of are. There's a trick that says like 15 seconds here in this chunk that I don't do yet. Because I haven't made it consistent. Like at one point I got it up to 70%, but when I went to do it in runs, it was not consistent enough for runs. Because hub 1 is too inconsistent. I think 3 more resets. Do the feet crash the game? No. We just don't like feet. They block the way. Mecha's feet block the way. Hey, look, I'm not losing time. Cool. Bro, strap back up. No way. Okay. Oh, hell no. Stop gooning. No seas maleducado. No seas maleducado, Lele. Epic launch.
Well, a power crystal.
Okay. That was a thing that, that was a moment in time. That was absolutely a moment in time. He said, I'm tired.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
I could be up to like 50 seconds ahead here.
Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal
You want to see the stream? Damn. He's like, I think this game is good. You're kidding me! Okay, yeah, I'm never going for that strat ever again. That 1 second time save when the game will just drop my fucking inputs. Oh, okay. Oh well. That sucks. Damn. I'm still exhausted from my week. Yeah, that can happen. So I'm not playing at my best. I'll probably play better tomorrow.
I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
I'm still gonna do runs, but I'm probably not gonna PB today. I don't think so. I am still a little bit tired. Like, I had a pretty busy week. And it's only going to start getting busier. So, yes. And as things progress, things will probably get exceedingly more busy because I need to bring my grades up so I can do the so I can get accepted for the master's program. And then of course I'm going to be working towards getting an internship in Japan where I can be doing teaching as an intern. Yeah, so I'm gonna start becoming very busy depending on what's going on. Now, if it comes to pass that, like, I'm not gonna need to be that busy, I'll stream as much as I can up until the end of the year. Because past the end of the year, I will need to get myself a part-time job. Now, I have an idea, which I don't know if I'll be accepted for it, but I'm gonna try to do Spanish interpretation for my neurologist's office because they said they really need Spanish translators, and I'll just ask them, like, listen, I cannot be a permanent because I can't be a permanent employee because I'm going back and doing a master's degree, and I'm also doing an internship in Japan. No shot I can, no shot that I can, be a full-time or even, like, a permanent employee. So just basically get, like, get a thing. Basically, like, temporarily work as an interpreter. And then boom. Make some money. I'm gonna make sure it's only part-time though, not full-time, because I would like to have time for streaming up until I have to do stuff. Perfect job for me? Probably. Hope those things go well. I do too. I think they should. I think they should. I'm not 100% sure. The Japanese internship, very high chance that that works out. The master's program, I don't know yet. Master's program, I'm not sure. The interpretation gig, yeah. That's got a pretty high possibility. One of the things that I'm gonna look into for an internship, if I can't do teaching, is I will check to see if they will allow me to do an internship doing interpretation between Spanish and Japanese. I'm not going to work on English and Japanese, I'll work on Spanish and Japanese. That way I have a higher chance of being accepted. Or rather, like, basically having both of those being a specialization. I was saying, like, I could do both of these. And I'll try my best. But the thing is I don't know what kind of job opportunities for the internships that I have. Yo, Peps, thanks for the good luck. Right now, it's all up in the air. I need to set up a meeting, and I need to find out exactly what kind of opportunities should arise. And I don't want to do other Asian countries because, the thing is I've already lived in Japan. The adjustment for Japan would be almost nothing for me. I've already lived there. I know what it's like. I know what the weather's like. I know what the people are like. I've lived there for an extended period of time. Hopefully they don't say, like, well, your opportunities are not in Japan. You'll have to go somewhere else in Southeast Asia. If it turns out that I have to, I'll still do it, but I won't be happy about it.
Well, a power crystal.
So that's how the year's looking so far. I do look forward to being back on that in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Yes, the crystal is
Maybe I'll even get a vacation to be able to go and finally visit Australia.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go.
Or go visit my Brazilian friend in New Zealand for the first time. Yeah, I'm not going for that anymore. Brazil mentioned, yep. I have a Brazilian friend who's like a very old Sonic speedrunner. He currently lives in New Zealand. There's no snakes in New Zealand? What? The fuck? How are there no snakes in New Zealand? I don't know. Like, to me, that just sounds weird because snakes live, like, everywhere. Sneak in some snake eggs. No thanks. That would probably screw up the ecosystem. But yeah, going over to New Zealand for like a weekend or something to see one of my old friends, somebody I've been friends with for a long time but never met him IRL. Okay. Alright, that was weird. What did you lose? Oh. One of my friends who lives in New Zealand is from Brazil. Very old speedrunner, very old glitch finder, very good at what he does. Been speedrunning longer than me. Yeah, I thought I saw it, but I wanted to double check. What is his name? Brian PSO. Brian liked better than that. No. His username is Brian. His actual name is Benicius. There we go. There we go. Okay. We are now in Hub 3 again. What do you mean? I just lost time watching the FMV. There we go. Okay, cool. Damn it. Get up there. There we go. I don't really care if I lose time. No! You're kidding. Oh, that sucks balls, dude.
Ah, yes. The old alma mater. As a former student myself, I'm well aware of the many secrets this institution holds.
There goes all of my time save. Well, I'm here. I might as well do it now. I'm gonna do Pipers. Never mind. Gonna reset. That sucks. Okay. I think I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do one more run. And then I'm gonna raid out. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Because I'm fairly certain that I'm fairly certain that I'm not going to PB today, and I'm too damn tired. I will be doing runs tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's like one of the easiest ways to do beatboxing. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see here. Is there anybody that we can raid? Or that I feel like raiding? You know what? Let's raid into Samurai Man. He's playing Silk Song. If you don't want spoilers, do not join. Hang on, I gotta do some dumb stuff. Hey, if you followed, I appreciate the follow. You can join my Discord if you want. Here is Discord. Alright. Bye-bye.